Good morning, everybody. Why don't you go ahead and take a moment and get yourself settled. And I want to inform the commissioners, these are the mics that if your green light is on, that means the rest of the world will hear whatever you say. So be it cute stories about your grandchildren or wherever it is that you did that you don't want anybody to know about, don't talk while the green light's on. Having said that, let's just open up the Little Hoover Commission public hearing on Government Reorganization Plan for 2025. Today's Wednesday, April 23rd. Good morning. My name is Pedro Nava. I'm the chair of the Little Hoover Commission. Thank you all for joining us today. This is the first day of hearings the Commission has scheduled for our review of the Government Reorganization Plan. I want to express my appreciation and gratitude to the Department of General Services for assisting us in being able to use the room for this meeting. The executive director had even more hair before we tried this, and I understand that there may have been as many as 30 attempts to find a location. But Sacramento is really popular this time of year, especially if you're trying to rent a hotel room for under $700. Let me introduce the other commissioners who are here with us. Senator Roger Nilo is over to my right. Commissioners Jason Johnson, Gil Garcetti, Yana Sidley, and Vice Chair Anthony Cannella. Also joined by Commissioner Gail Miller. Jose Atilio Hernandez, Dion Aroner will be joining us, and David Byer. We may be joined later by other members of the Commission, Senator Christopher Cabaldon and Assembly members Liz Ortega and Philip Chen. Now, it is the first meeting for Commissioners Senator Roger Nilo and Gail Miller, and so I'd like to offer them an opportunity to make some remarks. Senator, if you are so inclined.
You are a brave man to allow a politician a microphone. I appreciate being here. I'm proud to have been appointed to the commission, and I look forward to participating as much as I can. And with that, I will apologize ahead of time for having to leave around noon for other meetings I have on the other side of the river. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm thrilled to be here. And really, I think that I'm not a politician, but all I will say is I have spent 20 years of my career in public service, and it's always an honor to hear from people that have really dedicated their lives to this work and are trying to make things better. And I think especially at this moment in time, it's really a true honor to be here with all of you. And I would also like to express my thanks to the commission and the staff, because pulling this hearing together over the last really 2 weeks has been a true feat, both in terms of the materials and enabling us to all gather here together in person. So I just want to echo your comments on how fantastic that is. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Also with us today is Commission staff, Executive Director Ethan Rarick, Deputy Executive Director Tamar Foster, Project Managers Crystal Beckham and Daniel Harris McCoy, and Analyst Ashley Hurley and Shara McAllister. I got to do a little bit of housekeeping. We're live streaming and recording today's hearing on Zoom. Following the meeting, staff will place a permanent link to the recording on our website and upload it to our YouTube channel. As with all commission meetings, we will have public comment at the end of the hearing. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker for a total of 1 hour. If you're here with us in person and you want to make a public comment, please fill out the public comment slip and give it to one of our staff members. If you're joining us remotely and want to make a public comment, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom. And now to the substance of today's hearing. Earlier this month, Governor Newsom submitted to our commission a plan to reorganize important parts of California government. Under the governor's plan, the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency would be split into two: the California Housing and Homelessness Agency and the Business and Consumer Services Agency. Under the state's governmental reorganization process, our commission is required by law to study the governor's proposal and then issue a report recommending whether it be adopted. We take seriously our statutory obligation to produce a thorough and fair assessment of the governor's plan, and we believe our commission can provide an important perspective as the legislature consider whether the governor's proposal should take effect. This is the first of 2 days of hearings the Commission has scheduled to review the plan. Today's hearing will largely focus on issues related to the proposal to create a housing and homelessness agency. The Commission will first hear an overview of the proposal from a panel of leaders from the Newsom administration, including Tomiquia, Secretary of Business, Consumer Services, and Housing. We will then hear from a panel of researchers with expertise on the structure of California's housing programs before breaking for lunch at approximately noon. The hearing will resume about 12:30 for a series of panels from builders and developers and housing and homelessness advocates. We'll conclude today's hearing with input from SEIU, a labor union representing members in the public sector, including those in the current and proposed agencies. The Commission will reconvene in this same location tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. with a hearing largely focused on issues related to business and consumer services. Agendas of both hearings are available on the Commission's webpage. I want to again express appreciation to our Little Hoover Commission staff for the preparation of material in what was a relatively short period of time. And I would suggest to members of the public, if you want an opportunity to actually look at some of the details of the reorganization, as well as the backup material, please go to the Little Hoover Commission website. I want to also thank our witnesses for the written materials they have submitted. The Commission has had the opportunity to review these, and I would ask you to briefly summarize the major points you would like to make so we can focus our time on discussion. And I want to make sure that I advise our witnesses, both this panel and whoever does testify today, that you can expect to be interrupted. And in spite of all the things that we learned, the lessons from our parents about how rude it is to interrupt, those don't apply at Little Hoover Commission meetings. And I say that because commissioners have read your material and they have questions about what has been set forth in that. And they will, in all likelihood, ask me or take the initiative on their own to ask a question of you, and we'll try to time that in a way so that it's not disruptive, but it is going to happen. And so now let me ask the Executive Director, Ethan Rarick, to introduce our first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout the day, I will keep witness introductions very brief. Commissioners, you have full witness bios at page 6, beginning of page 6 of your packet. So the first panel, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, is here to present the plan on behalf of the governor. Secretary Tomiquia is Secretary of the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency. She's joined by 3 of the directors of the component departments within the agency. Gustavo Velasquez is Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. Kish is Director of the Civil Rights Department. And Kimberly Kirchmeyer is Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs. Madam Secretary.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Chair and members of the Commission, for inviting me to speak on the Governor's Reorganization Plan this morning. As mentioned, this plan will create the California Housing and Homelessness Agency and the Business Consumer Services Agency. My name is Tomiquia, and I serve as the Secretary of our Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency. Over the last 2 decades, I have worked tirelessly to address our housing and homelessness crisis here in our state, which unfortunately manifests in too many of our neighbors not being able to attain safe and affordable housing. I accepted this role in part because I firmly believe that our housing crisis is solvable, but it requires more than just short-term fixes. It demands lasting structural change. And this reorganization is our opportunity to align state government in a way that meets the urgency of this challenge and sustains our progress for the long term. You have my written testimony and a longer version of our slide presentation, so I will use this time as a general overview so that we can get to your questions. This proposal will create the necessary organizational structure to advance our housing and homelessness goals, strengthen our consumer protections through effective business regulation, and to ensure civil rights are upheld for all Californians. I am joined today by 3 fantastic department directors, as well as all of our directors from BCSH in the audience. Director Gustavo Velasquez, Director of our Department of Housing and Community Development, Director Kish, Director of our Civil Rights Department, and Director Kim Kirchmeyer of our Consumer Affairs Department. I will allow them to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, members of the Little Hoover Commission. My name is Gustavo Velasquez, and I serve as the Director of the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. Under my leadership at HCD for almost 5 years, the department has provided funding for nearly 60,000 new affordable homes, helped local governments plan to accommodate 2.5 million new homes, and enforce California's robust housing laws to create more homes in inclusive, sustainable communities of opportunity. I am immensely proud of the work that HCD has accomplished, and I believe, as Secretary Muñoz will explain in a few minutes, that creating this new agency and the Housing Development and Finance Committee will provide the right structure to our momentous progress towards creating more housing, faster, cheaper, and reducing homelessness. Creating the agency will provide dedicated leadership and focused on housing and homelessness at the cabinet level, which will reinforce this administration's work across the entire housing continuum by preventing homelessness, reducing rental housing affordable to low-income households, supporting first-time home buyers, and safeguarding civil rights. Collectively, these changes strengthen HCD's ability to be nimble, focuses its work to deliver improved outcomes for Californians, overseeing housing data, which is critical to our decision-making, planning, policy implementation, and accountability to the state and localities, all of this allowing the state to give housing and homelessness the ongoing attention at HCD that these critical issue areas deserve. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Kish. I'm director of the California Civil Rights Department, or CRD, for the past 10 years. CRD enforces California's robust civil rights laws in a range of contexts, including in housing, at work, at businesses or public accommodations, and in state-funded programs and activities, among others. This reorganization plan proposes that the new Housing and Homelessness Agency includes CRD. Now, CRD's jurisdiction does extend beyond housing. That has been true for decades. And the reality is there's no single agency in state government that oversees all of our functions, that has a jurisdiction that extends to all of our functions. Because housing is a defining crisis that requires an all-of-government approach, we do see a benefit in including CRD with other housing functions and no drawback to doing so. There are important reasons to keep the Civil Rights Department's fair housing function with other government housing functions. This is the model at the federal level, with HUD, or the Department of Housing and Urban Development, having jurisdiction over fair housing enforcement. Creating a housing agency without including fair housing enforcement risks fragmenting housing functions across state government and weakening its ability to affirmatively further fair housing, which is a legal obligation. At Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, safeguarding civil rights is and has been a priority, and it will remain a priority at the proposed California Housing and Homelessness Agency. Thank you.
And good morning, and thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Kimberly Kirchmeyer, and I've served as Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs for nearly 6 years. During this time, DCA has navigated significant changes and achieved important progress. DCA transitioned meetings for 36 boards and bureaus from fully in-person to hybrid formats using WebEx. This significantly increased public participation where public policy decisions are made. DCA released an Enlightened Licensing Project report using subject matter experts to identify licensing best practices and reduced application processing times and supported workforce entry. DCA improved its user experience by expanding online services for applications, renewals, and complaints, allowing programs to streamline operations, go paperless, and most importantly, cut mailing costs. I'm excited about this proposal of a creation of a dedicated business and consumer services agency. This restructure will better align the functional responsibilities of diverse departments that share a core mission of protecting consumers and supporting economic growth. This alignment will enhance consumer protection through a focused agency structure. It will improve regulatory agility in response to industry changes and emerging issues, as demonstrated during the pandemic and the wildfires. strengthen oversight by sharing best practices like those in an enlightened enforcement project to expedite enforcement actions, and foster economic development through a more responsive regulatory framework. Together, these changes will create a stronger, more effective system that better serves California consumers and regulated businesses. And I thank you for my time here and discussion with you, and I will turn it back over to Secretary Moss.
Thank you.
But before you start, we already have a commissioner has a question.
Oh,
Commissioner
all right.
Sidley.
So, good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for being here. So Secretary Moss, I heard you say that, you know, that homelessness and working on housing is something that's near and dear to your heart. And I think I heard you say that you feel running your agency right now with consumer affairs and homelessness is splitting your time. And so you can't singularly focus on some of the things that are so important to the state. Am I understanding correctly what you're saying?
Yes, I would say it requires expanded time. I really want to make sure that our business consumer services part of the agency gets as much of my time and attention as it deserves, as it serves more than 4 million businesses and professionals across the state, all of the incredible work that our business services side does. And that's sort of part of the point, is that my expertise is certainly in housing and homelessness. And I've had such an incredible learning since I've been in this role of all the work and expanded work that the other side of the agency has done, which just reinforces to me why having both parts of the agency at the cabinet level, given both their expanded scope as well as their impact, makes sense to me.
Got it. So my question actually is ultimately, what is it going to cost to try to split these two and have two cabinet agencies?
Well, it's a great question. So I guess we'll go ahead and start with that. I guess I would start by saying, Commissioner, that structure matters. The work we've been doing on this project for the last year has really been dedicated to minimizing our costs as we think about our budget picture, the uncertainty of the federal government and its resources. So we first and foremost are looking to make sure that we are doing this reorganization with as minimal costs as possible. The dedicated specific costs will be part of the May revision. When the governor is ready to release that, the legislature will have an opportunity to opine on the actual costs, but there will be costs associated with this reorganization, particularly for the design of the committee. There will be sort of executive leadership of that committee, which we think is sort of the innovation of standing up this agency, the Housing and Homelessness Agency in particular. And so there will be staff costs related to that, but we know that in the first year or two, as we get this work operational, HCD will be providing a lot of the staff support for the committee, as will BCSH staff. So we look forward to sharing the total costs as we work through that with the Department of Finance. The governor will be prepared to announce that during the May revise. But we have been super thoughtful about how do we do this in a time of constrained resources and still get the maximum impact that we're looking for through this reorganization.
Commissioner Byer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a series of questions. I'll try and limit this set of questions to 5 minutes, but frankly, I'll be back.
Right.
So the staff helpfully reviewed reorganization plans from multiple governments, the United States, the United Kingdom, other states. I'm going to summarize the findings
Please.
of multiple studies and then ask you a series of questions. And the people who did the research on this included the GAO, Harvard Business School, the United Kingdom, IBM, and others. And basically they point to, you need to know what the purpose of the reorganization is. And you need to know how it's going to make government work better, not just assert that it will. Mm-hmm. Most of the time it's to save money, and you've clearly said it's going to cost money. Third, to enhance the power of the agency, that is giving the new organization some powers it didn't previously had, and it's addressing some pressing need that's not capable of being solved using the current structure, which is not clear to me as to why you can't do what you're talking about with the existing structure. They also suggest that it shouldn't just be moving boxes. That is a reorg where you're adding multiple senior executives and creating a new agency with costs associated with that. But the part that is the most interesting is most government reorganizations fail. And they fail because they don't act quickly enough or with enough clarity. And your implementation plan has, correct me if I'm wrong, an implementation in 2026. And not clear what it's going to cost, where the real estate is, and what the organized labor negotiations are. And it's not clear what the detailed implementation plan is if you can't tell us where the money is coming from. So a lot of questions. So maybe you could help reassure me. Let's just start with the big one. The governor in recent years said that the state should produce 500,000 units per year, if I'm remembering correctly from the testimony, and we're producing 60. Okay, so there's a big gap. Why is this plan going to help increase the number of housing units produced by and cooperation with the state?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Gustavo, do you want to take the first part of that question?
Sure. First, let me clarify the 60,000. That was the number about the subsidized homes that are created by our department.
Well, what's the number for the state compared to the 500,000 goal?
Well, we are producing less than 20% of what the number is called for, which is 2.5 million new homes in roughly an 8-year period.
Right, and so, and that was a revision down from 3.5 million the governor proposed in 2017. So we've gone from 3.5 to 2.5 to a projection now of what number over the next 8 years?
The correct number is 2.5 million, of which
at our current rate, if you just extrapolate year over year for the next 8 years, what number do you get to?
well, it's less than about 20% of what has to be met.
Okay, so just do the math for me.
It's we're subsidizing across the state about 120,000 units between different sources, not just HCD, but between different sources. And yes, we have to meet about 500,000 homes per year. Now, there's a lot of homes being built that are not publicly subsidized, a lot of homes that are not publicly subsidized by the state, but they are subsidized or they're created by funding sources from the federal and local governments as well.
So how is this reorganization going to dramatically improve the state's largest social challenge?
There are, the way I see it is there are 3 ways in which you emphasize the need to build more housing in the adequate places at the scale and acceleration that are needed. Data and policy, we have a very robust set of state laws that are helping localities increase the number of homes that have to be created. Financing, this reorganization goes deeper into the way that we can help fix the financing system in which more homes are created. And the third is the coordination. The coordination which happens with a whole host of other clusters in state government and local governments, health and mental health, climate, transportation, a lot of coordination that needs to happen. This reorganization also gets added.
Is there a number? What's the end goal, the outcome of the reorganization that would measure success?
Produce more homes faster, cheaper.
Right, I get that goal. That's a vision. What's the number? I mean, in other words, you do this reorganization and it costs $50 million and you create a lot of uncertainty for employees, for organized labor, for where people are going to be working, what building they're going to be working in. The distraction of a reorganization is substantial. What's the number of homes that will be built as a result of the reorganization?
We know there is going to be acceleration in the way that we are financing homes, we know the cost will be less than what the system, the entire affordable housing financing system is paying in order to get those homes under construction. In the coming years, we will come up with the specific metrics that will get exactly your question, which is how much cheaper and how many more homes will be created as a result of this new financing system.
Okay, so I'm going to reference testimony from Enterprise. It's on page 115 of the packet for the commissioners. And it says, according to estimates from the California Housing Partnership, this reorganization will generate between 500 million and 1 billion in cost savings in the development of affordable housing every year. Is that an accurate number, and do you have any proof that that's true?
We can validate the numbers from an independent organization, but there are a lot of studies out there already. Some people will testify today in front of the commission about it. How much?
But you don't have any estimates for the number of housing?
As an aggregate, no. We know that the system right now that we have is a fragmented system. In order for a developer to come in front of the state and solicit the type of financing that is needed to go into construction of a project, whether it's 5 units of 100 new homes, it has to go through different layers. It's a very complicated way in which the state of California finances affordable housing. What we're trying to do is we're trying to reform the system in a way that developers see a reduction in the time and in the money that it costs just to obtain the financing. Obviously, there are many layers of financing, but the state plays a big part in that system.
Right, but couldn't the state do this without reorganization? In other words, the coordination function, you're talking about management capacity. The Nicholson Center at Harvard talks about state capacity. This seems like a perfect example of it. And I hear you with respect to coordination, and if I were a developer, I would want to have one-stop shop. But what I don't understand is why you can't do it today.
So Commissioner, maybe I can take a stab at that question. I think part of what I've realized being in this role for the last year is that the infrastructure of BCSH, we've outgrown it. When this organization was first established in 2012, there were 8 departments under its leadership. There are now 12. We have hundreds of housing laws, millions of consumers that we now protect. And so part of what the governor is trying to do is look at how do we evolve this agency that is doing incredible work today, but how do we evolve to meet the ever expanding challenges of housing and homelessness that we see now 13 years later. And so in some ways, reorganization is sort of a necessary evaluation of what are we doing well, what do we need to adjust, and how do we expand to meet the scale of the challenge that we're contending with. So I think fundamentally it's a structural reorganization. I really agree with your point about the need to minimize impact on our staff and disruption to our services and programs that we will be providing. That is paramount to how the implementation of this reorganization will be going. Change management is challenging, as you mentioned, but it is necessary to be able to meet the scale of the challenge that we have. I also wanted to just reference a data point that you, as you were talking about the cost, there have been some studies that sort of articulate about $6,400 per unit for all of the processes that it takes for a developer to apply for affordable housing. It's $6,400 per unit for each process that they have. So that's millions of dollars. So although there's some front-end costs to standing up the 2 distinct agencies, the savings are millions when we are able to integrate all of our housing program funding as well as our homelessness program funding. So yes, a lot of that is a leadership challenge to making sure from top to bottom that our staff are supported and their ability to deliver on their mission. But at the end of the day, having worked in this system for more than 2 decades, it is incredibly challenging for developers to build housing, and it's incredibly expensive. And I do believe that this reorganization is intended to reduce the time, reduce the costs, and get us closer to that 2.5 million home goal. As you said, we have not been producing enough housing for decades, which is why our homelessness crisis has ballooned. But I will say we have some really wonderful progress that we've made. We've increased construction of new housing 23% over the last 6 years. So things are moving in the right direction, but I do think that that's why this current design doesn't really work for us anymore. And I think the governor's intention to really evaluate and evolve the structure to meet the need is why we're here.
David, can I follow up on one of your
I'm
points?
taking too much time.
Well, it's just,
Jen and then Commissioner Hernandez.
okay, just very quickly. So, Secretary, just building on that and sorry, what you were just saying. So what you're talking about is a streamlining of a process. My question would be, if the reorganization is going to cost more money, why wouldn't you streamline now where you are as a test case to see if it actually works before you then set up a whole new organization and put the savings towards building more homes? I'm a little concerned. I hear what you're saying about how homelessness housing is such a high priority, and I don't disagree with that. But what I'm concerned about is spending money before we have any proof that it will work. And so, to build on David's point, why wouldn't you want to test the theory and streamline where you are now? And then if it works, then stand it up as its sole entity and not necessarily put that money first towards standing it up before you've proven a concept.
I think it's a great point, Commissioner. And the fact of the matter is we're doing both. We are not waiting for this reorganization to focus on alignment of our programs. We are currently working on the implementation of AB 519 and AB 2006, which are looking at program compliance for all of our affordable housing programs. It's looking at alignment of the various funding programs under our Supernova program. So that work is parallel to what we're proposing in this reorganization. I agree with you. We can't wait to see whether or not this reorganization is the silver bullet, but even evidenced by this commission. The notion that standing up a standalone agency that doesn't just focus on process in and of itself on programs, but the entire structure of the agency needs to be oriented with these outcomes in mind. And frankly, we've been building the plane and flying it all at the same time. Last cycle, we had more than 100 housing bills that the governor reviewed and that our office reviewed. And so how do we integrate the sort of desire of our legislature and the administration towards streamlining and efficiency without really evaluating the structure of how we're organized and making sure that we're doing that the best we can so that when resources come, they are cyclical, we are able to move forward with the urgency that the time requires. And so I don't think it's an either or. I think it is necessary to do both. This isn't just a process improvement process. This is a structural reform so that the processes within the structure operate at maximum efficiency.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Did I mention this is one of my favorite commissions in terms of just knowing the subject matter? And I apologize, we're a very tough crowd.
Hey, I'm ready for you.
I think you need
Let's
this.
do it.
Our goal is to, take the idea and in essence, almost make it better.
Sure.
I think everyone here understands your goal, but you're gonna get a lot of questions in terms of why you're doing it this way. One question you heard over and over is the cost, but it sounded like May Revise might have the cost
Yes.
answers. We have 60 days to come up with a plan. So in essence, we might get some of the cost numbers along the way. Is that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. So you'll get over and over. To the metrics. We love the jargon, we love the narrative, but we're about metric in terms, and it sounds like you have some already. So, I think maybe there's a way you can follow up specifically in terms of numbers, streamlining. We've had lots of different conversations about streamlining. It sounds like you're already going there. And the part that really, I think for me is, I think you mentioned reducing the cost of production. I think that's going to be key. I mention this all the time. Long time ago, I was a consultant on ending poverty in California. I wasn't very successful, but there were a lot of lessons learned. And one is we really have to curtail the rising cost of living. And you see it all over the place. I mean, we see it in eggs all the time. We can see it everywhere, but the cost of production is something that's killing folks. And I do have the pleasure right now working with a lot of affordable housing developers, and they literally had to cobble like 5,000 here, 5,000 there, and it's very difficult to manage all the different programs. But it sounds like this new agency is going to help affordable housing developers be able to kind of cobble those dollars together and at the same time reduce the cost of production. But so that's something in terms of what are you proposing in terms of reducing the cost of production so we can have more units out in California neighborhoods.
Thank you, Commissioner. And maybe I will share some specific stats of the work we've been doing to date and where we think we will be able to grow moving forward. So we have seen a 13% increase in completed residential construction from 2022 to 2023, with construction increasing every year since 2018. Our accessory dwelling unit production continues to increase, nearly 28,000 permitted permits issued in 2023, and that's an increase of more than 2,700 since 2022.
So not to interrupt you, but is this specific for the agency or is this California overall? Because I know a lot of this happens on its own at the local level.
No,
So
this
is this specific for the agency?
Yes, this is specifically the work that HCD in partnership with local government has been doing.
It would help, at least me, if you could use absolute numbers as opposed to percentages. If you start with a very low number and you increase it a lot, it sounds impressive, but it's misleading. So if in the ADU context, if the goal is 500,000 and you've gone from 1,000 to 12,000, that sounds like a fantastic progress, but it's not close to the goal. So maybe we could revise the numbers to include the raw numbers or something, because percentages are not going to be what we're going to be measuring.
Sure. I think in the raw number here is the 28,000 permits of
Okay,
ADUs in 2023. But what I was going to say, that part of the challenge we have is our housing goal is an aggregate goal. There are various housing types that will go toward addressing that goal. So I was referencing ADUs as a housing type that will go toward that 2.5 million home goal over the next 8 years. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, and I appreciate the percentages, but that's what I have in my testimony, Commissioner. But the real point is that we are making progress. And I think I wanted to demonstrate that the efficiencies that the legislature and this administration has been asking of BCSH and our housing functions to do over the last 6.5 years has significantly increased and improved. But there's so much more work to do. And I think that this is what this proposal is trying to address, how much further we can take the progress that we've made to date and actually get on track to reach that audacious goal that we know Californians need and deserve.
Vice Chair Cannella, and followed by Commissioner Byer.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimonies today. Just a couple of questions. First off, you mentioned the departments and, there's too much to do. You're spending way too much time. There's not enough time to do what you need to do. With this reorganization plan, is there sufficient financing to build all these units? So is it the inability for staff to do everything that needs to be done that's limiting the building, or is it financing? That's my first question.
Well, I'll take a stab at that and maybe ask Director Velasquez to speak to that. I think it's both, Commissioner. Currently, across the state of California, it costs about $850,000 per unit to develop housing in California. That is not, we have got to figure out how to bring those costs down. And we need the resources to be able to build the 2.5 million homes that we need. So I think it is a both and that integrating and aligning all of our funding streams so that the state is no barrier to our developer community actually building the housing, getting their materials and their entitlements quicker. We went from entitlements taking 145 days at the local level to 64 days. And a lot of that work is the technical assistance that HCD provides to our local jurisdictions to help problem solve. How do we reduce the barriers to you all building enough housing? We've strengthened our housing element and our regional housing needs allocation. That puts a lot more responsibility on on communities to plan for the appropriate amount of housing that they need over the next 8 years. So it is a partnership, first and foremost, that how do we get it to be cheaper and faster? But then what do we need to do administratively and structurally to get out of the way so that those goals can be actualized?
That's interesting, 64 days. I work in development and it takes 64 days to get scheduled for the planning commission. That doesn't count all the CEQA, the 6 months of CEQA. So if you really want to make a difference in building housing, I would look at that. And then secondly, I appreciate the $6,400 that you're going to save through the process. Some cities in the Central Valley charge $120,000 just for a building permit. So, I mean, this is great, but there's a bigger problem. And if you really want to solve the problem, I would look into those areas.
Well, and I appreciate that. I think that this is a part of the ecosystem and the state's responsibility to do the best it can under the powers and authority that it has in the resources that we administer. We want to make sure we're administering every state dollar with intention and efficiency. And the rest of the parts of the ecosystem that are challenged and broken, we want to be partners in helping to solve those issues. So I appreciate that point very much.
May I
Please.
follow up with just a comment? So you asked about whether it's financing or actually the way it's financing is cyclical. I mean, it just, there are some years better than others in terms of the availability of, say, subsidy to support developers and local jurisdictions to build more housing. But this system is at, the right moment to fix an entrenched system that, again, is fragmented and it's about layers and layers that takes time and cost to the developers. As we know in California, to build an affordable housing multifamily rental project, it's about 7-8 sources of funding between federal, state, and local, and private. The inclusion of one additional public funding source adds an average of 4 months to the development timeline of a multifamily rental project and $20,460 per unit total development cost. When you are proposing to build a multifamily rental project about 100 units, that's just going to be nearly $2 million, as the secretary mentioned earlier, to that project. And the time, developers are this weight, they're drawing loans and they're paying interest loans for all the time that they're waiting for decisions. So we've tested this before. A few years ago, the legislature passed a bill called Bill AB 434 that the governor signed into law to consolidate 6 HCD programs into one competition. It dramatically reduced the time, but the system continues to be so fragmented that we even with that consolidated competition of 6 programs into one, we see projects that are still tapping into 3, 4, 5 programs just on HCD, plus other state programs available out there. So again, the Housing Development and Finance Committee is about continuing to explore ways in which that per unit development cost will go down, the time will be shortened through the role that the state plays in financing affordable housing. It's unique. It doesn't happen. New York has fixed this. Massachusetts has fixed this. Rhode Island, Texas, even Texas has found a way to fix this. California hasn't. This reorganization is the way to move in the right direction towards fixing our affordable housing financing system.
Just to follow up, and I'm sure in this 600 pages of material, it says this, but have you reached out to the affordable housing builders and got their buy-in on this new system, new process? And are they supportive of it?
We hear this fragmentation from across building industry, developers, whether private, nonprofit. I hope you will get testimony from some of them today or tomorrow. So we hear this from across. We hear from local governments that are expecting the state to do more to accelerate. They have to do a lot of their part. You mentioned local fees and, they have to do their part as well. But as it relates to the state, this is a big step in the right direction.
So you didn't work with local, this was you guys thought of this, you didn't reach out to the affordable housing community just to make sure that this was the solution to the problem?
Oh, I've worked with the affordable housing community for 2 decades and have heard
Yeah.
this kind of feedback about these
Okay.
kinds of changes. We've reviewed their letters, their reports. So absolutely, their input is informed by the reorganization that we're proposing to you all today.
Okay, I've got a couple of commissioners that I'm going to call upon, but if I don't get this question in, I just won't get it ever. So it just seems to me that what I'm hearing, and this is more to Director Velasquez, there's buckets of money, right? Because part of what we have to try to figure out is how did we get to this place where we have layers and layers? And it seems to me that what happens is there are sources of money made available from wherever it comes from, and then perhaps there's a legislator who writes a bill that says you're going to use it in this particular way, and then you're charged with the responsibility of implementing that particular vision. So, it's not unusual. I mean, there's a couple of us here that have been in the legislature, and we like new shiny things whenever we can get to put our name on it. But what occurs to me is there's the or what question, and the or what question is you're going to tell these different buckets who have their own orientation and perspective, and in all likelihood constituencies, right? You're going to tell them that we're going to make it easier to process this so that money gets out quicker. So what do you threaten them with? What is the or what? You are going to help us do this, or what happens to you? Am I misreading the situation? If you're telling me that there's different funding sources, and then that every time a developer has to go to one of them, it adds 3 months or 2 months or however many dollars, how do you make those people do what you want them to do? What's your hammer?
The proposal is to make the system work better, simpler, faster, and cheaper. This is
Yeah, or what?
or we will not be meeting the tremendous shortage.
No, I understand. That's
of
the
housing.
failure of the or what. The or what is, how do you compel these different buckets of money to agree to move forward in the way that you're saying they need to move forward in order to reduce the cost of housing?
Structurally.
Meaning, what do you take away from them if they don't behave?
Well, first of all, that's what our housing laws are for. We hold our local jurisdictions accountable for adhering to state law relative to their housing goals. We have quarterly report. So we track that very closely through our technical assistance. And when communities do not fulfill their housing obligations or do their fair share, we take action. And that could mean a reallocation of resources. That could be a rescinding of resources. So we have those tools at our disposal. But this is actually an opportunity for us to deepen our partnership with local communities. Many local communities want to see housing built. And
You should go to San Benito.
no.
Yeah.
And we know that, I've qualified that. Thank you. So those that do, let's talk about the community of the willing. We want to actually make it easier for them to do what they want to do. And the state has a really significant role in that. They also have to do their local processes. And if they are not in compliance with state law, that's the place where we can act. But I do think it's important to recognize that we don't want to just have carrots and sticks. We want to harmonize the process so that there's an incentive to have local communities actually want to build affordable housing in their communities. So I think we have the tools in our toolbox to hold folks accountable, and the governor's talks a lot about accountability, particularly relative to our homelessness funding, as well as our affordable housing dollars. But this idea of harmonizing the buckets, as you say, is what I think this reorganization's responsibility is.
Okay, so I guess part of what I'm hearing, and maybe, I'm missing it, but so much of what happens that is successful is a function of personality. So you get the right people, in a room around the table, and they have a conversation and they agree that they want to move in a particular direction. But what look, I'm a former prosecutor, so I kind of see stuff that way. If you have those that are reluctant and you're saying like, okay, you got to do your housing plan. Believe me, I've heard from people who want to know if they can include their maids' quarters in order to satisfy RETA numbers. Right? That is not a welcoming participant. But if part of the issue is that there are different requirements for funding sources that add time, which translates into money, my question remains, what are the levers that you believe this reorganization will have other than people of goodwill agreeing to reduce the time that having to go to the different buckets of money results in the long-term increases?
So we are not waiving any of our program requirements for local jurisdictions to get the resources. It's a very stringent process, as you know, that has a lot of expectation about how that housing is going to be built in a community. So that doesn't change. We want to make sure that we are still rigorous in our expectations around impact on the climate goals, the transportation impacts, all of the things that are our policy values that go into that application process. I think the tweak here is that we want that to be a singular process. So if you're going to apply for 7 to 8 or 5 or 6, whatever the number is, funding sources from the state, we want that to be a singular process governed by a singular set of state laws. So everybody knows the rules and those don't change. You don't have to wonder whether or not it's going to look different for this pot of funding or the other. So I think that's the nuance here. It's not that we will lessen the responsibility or the accountability for the housing goals that we've set. But the program expectations don't change. It's really just about getting through that process more efficiently.
All right, and that goes back to Vice Chair Canella's point, I think, which is, what is it that prohibits you from accomplishing that now?
Well, we are doing it now.
Okay.
But we have, the challenge is greater than the infrastructure that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
The other aspect, may I add something? The other aspect that I think
No, you can't. Go ahead.
that is exciting many stakeholders, back to your question about have you consulted, it's the fact that this Housing Development and Finance Committee will act in a much more transparent, open way, similar to the way that for example, Tax Credit Allocation Committee, public meetings, so a lot of work groups from private developers, nonprofit developers that weigh into the criteria. How do we harmonize these programs in a work that works better for the full continuum? Homes that have to be created for people experiencing homelessness, extremely low income people, all the way to the missing middle, folks who earn 80 to 100% of the area median income anywhere on the state. These stakeholders are participating actively. So transparency is another thing that we haven't talked much about, but this transparency, I think, will bring a level of credibility to the system and a way in which we can really fully harmonize according to the need that all of these communities need at the moment.
Yeah, well, as a prosecutor, I developed the theory that people behave differently when there are witnesses. Let me turn to Commissioner Byer and then Commissioner Garcetti.
Commissioner Erner had a follow-up.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Dion. You got a green light.
There we go. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And sorry, I missed your opening statements a little bit. So I'm not the expert of this group. You can tell that there's lots of experts on it, okay, which is always wonderful. It's a real learning experience for those of us that aren't experts in certain areas. I need a little global picture, okay? Because so the state has a role, because I live in the real world, meaning local government, right? I've gone through the permitting process numerous times, okay? So when you say to me, we're getting to 64 days, not in any community in the Bay Area, I can assure you, nobody's at 64 days. In San Francisco, what is it? Are they still up to, I can't remember how many days, hundreds of days, right? In Berkeley, who knows? And that's where I live. So the state, so we have a housing industry right, of gazillions or billions of dollars. What's the state's numerical dollar value in all of the housing development to start with? We put in $3 billion a year compared to however many hundreds of billions of dollars. How big a player are we to start with? Because I'm just trying to get an idea about what our role is. How big is it? Why would you go through reorganization if it's only about $3 compared to what the rest of the industry? So what's the size of our role to start with, dollar-wise? How much do we put in on a yearly basis?
You want to start?
Yeah, you go.
Okay, so the financing from the state really fluctuates, right? This year, for example, alone, we are making available between $3 and $3.5 billion in financing.
Okay.
And so during the pandemic, the financing, grew exponentially because we were trying to build more homes for people experiencing homelessness during the pandemic.
$3.5 billion out of how much? What's the rest of the world? Are we 10%? Are we 1%? And again, he doesn't want to hear percentages. He wants to hear dollar amounts, which I get. Well, because it makes a big difference. So are we 1% of the housing?
It's very difficult to
Yeah.
estimate because the shortage of we're short hundreds of thousands, right?
I understand that, but the value of each of those is very different, right? We're shortage, the millionaire's house in Seacliff in San Francisco is 17 million, but my house is only 100,000. And so there's a range here. But the housing industry in California, how big is it? Is it trillions of dollars in a year? What's invested here and what part are we? Because it's so important that we fix our role in this whole deal, because that's going to make a big difference for the rest of it, or just for our little piece. And I can't figure that out. I'm sorry, but I can't figure it out.
We track the homes that are needed. We know how many more homes are needed.
I get
The
that.
markets, the years, all of that changes basically
But
by
what's
the
our
fact of the
share?
economic landscape in the state.
But
And
what's our share? We're saying we need 2.5 million or something. Is our share 50,000?
So of the 2.5 million homes needed to be built,
Mhm.
1 million need to be affordable. So
Ah.
we will play a role in
the
affordable,
in the-
correct.
Okay.
That is our purview.
Alrighty, and so for the 3 billion or whatever it is right now, how far short are we in order to be able to meet that goal?
Resources wise?
Yeah,
Oh,
somebody, I mean, this is a major, right? I mean, the federal government pulled out of this in 1980, right? They
Exactly.
no longer have a role. So states now, all of a sudden, we're holding the bag. So how big is this bag? to
well, I mean,
start with?
I think it's a really valid question. It's hard to answer because, in 2012, when redevelopment went away,
Right,
communities across the state were getting about $1 billion a year toward the development of affordable housing.
okay,
And I don't know, I think our production rates were much more significant during that period of time.
yeah.
And since the elimination of redevelopment, we really haven't had a replacement of that financing. And so a lot of our state investments have been one-time investments
Mhm.
over the last 6.5 years.
So there's
But
not ongoing funding. We're not in an entitlement program here. It's when the blessings of whatever, right?
when there are
When
appropriations,
capital gains looks really great, we get some housing money, and when it doesn't look so terrific, you don't get any money.
we can certainly follow up with you on that number. I think
Just
that
'cause
it's
I'm trying to
a
figure
really.
out the size of the problem, kind of, right? And then what you're trying to fix, how it's going to impact this entire industry, right? And you're saying that you think that what your reorganization is going to do is going to affect all of these other parts. And I guess I don't see how it is. I don't see how it's going to get any, I'm going to be very difficult. I don't see how it's going to get anything better at the Berkeley permitting office, considering what you guys are doing. Nothing is going to change there. I don't think, and unless you can say to me, Dion, let us tell you how we can make changes there. Because of what we're doing here, it's going to affect what the person who goes into that office on a daily basis is to try to get a permit.
So maybe I'll start and then Director Velasquez can speak to that.
Okay.
Let's start at the hyper local level.
Okay.
So at the Berkeley permitting office,
Mhm.
and planning department,
Right.
right? Because that's where it really
That's where-
starts.
that's right.
They are responsible for a certain percentage of homes that they have to permit over the next 8 years, which is a part of that RENA cycle.
Right.
That is what we hold them accountable to.
Mhm.
We help them plan for it. We have to approve their plans. And so that aggregate plan across the state is our attempt at our broader 2.5 million home goal, or the million homes that need to be affordable. So that's how they roll up to each other. If local jurisdictions are not meeting those goals, which frankly, we know
They
most
aren't.
communities have not over the last many decades,
Mhm.
but with more stringent authority, we put a lot more accountability metrics in our RENA process, the housing element that is required. So again, this is an iterative process to make what's not working better. And we've seen tremendous progress in communities that were not producing a whole lot of housing across the state, do a much better job at that. And I can't underscore enough this technical assistance that HCD does. I'm talking about like weekly calls with planning staff about can this parcel be permitted for this amount of housing?
Mhm.
That's the level of granularity that our HCD staff do in order to project how many of the homes Gustavo talked about. We speak in the home number, not in the broader context, because it's outside of our purview, aside from the affordable homes and resources that we provide. But that's sort of the universe and how we try to hold local jurisdictions accountable for what they're telling us they need to build relative to the state laws that we have to administer.
Okay.
I hope that helps a
That
little.
helps a little bit. Now let's get on. Now I want to understand a little bit, because you got all these pots of money that Pedro talked about. Okay, and everyone's talking about it in the charts. I mean, I looked at one of the charts. It looks like there could be 20 different things you're doing.
Oh,
Right?
yes.
I mean, one of those charts is really lengthy, but all these different programs that you're involved with, which as a former legislator, I understand, because for all I know, I wrote one of them. I don't remember anymore, to be honest with you.
Thank you for your service.
Right, exactly, right. Or I was a staffer to the guy who wrote them, right, for a long time. But that's hard to control, okay? Everybody has a great idea when they get elected that, they're gonna solve the world's problems, okay? And so they give you what they do, pass a piece of legislation, right? It sounds great to everybody, it gets signed into law, there's no money attached to whatever, but it's another requirement, okay? That you've all got. And so this new council, okay, is gonna sit there, right? It's kind of like an interagency council, like in the world that I live with, which is Health and Human Services, right? And so it's an interagency council where these people are going to finally sit there and look at that long list that's in the report and say, this is ridiculous. This is craziness, right? All of these different requirements with all different pots of money. Is the idea to put because one idea, but for me, is I would put all the money in one pot. Why do we have to have all of these different revenue streams, right? Which means there are accountants there that have to be sure that every dollar is accounted for in each one of those revenue streams, which takes a lot of time and effort. Right, let alone auditing and all of that. Why is the idea to put all of the money in one pot, or is it to start eliminating or start reorganizing them? How do you do that without statutory change? You're going to go back to that person who wrote that gorgeous bill from their perspective and say to them, I think I want to get rid of it because it really doesn't make sense anymore. Is that what's going to happen here with this interagency council? I'm using my own terminology now. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, how is that going to happen? You're going to have to say to somebody, with all due respect, sir, we don't like your bill anymore.
Yeah, so maybe I'll start and it looks like Gustavo has an answer he wants to share. So I think the overall idea is, yes, we want as many pots of money that can go into one pot as possible, which is why we've done the supernova that coordinates 6 pots of money. We're trying to do the one-stop shop that will allow for a streamlined compliance monitoring of all the pots, so that we now know there's not 6 different compliance expectations, there's going to be one. But the challenge, I think the sort of goal of this reorganization is that it will be a phased approach. We have pots of money all over state government, human services, Caltrans. I mean, it is everywhere. And in order to facilitate all of those assets to meet the scale of the challenge, we believe this structural change will allow over time us to integrate those resources, either administratively or statutorily. That is what will be required. Each pot of money, as it comes to HCD and my other housing departments, have a different set of strings that are set by our legislators or the administration. So that's part of why you have such a disparate system. Gustavo talked about the different states who have realized this problem and done something about it. This is our attempt at that. Gustavo, I don't know if you wanted to answer the commissioner's question a bit more.
I was just gonna say, I'm glad this is being recorded because the way you said it is like the North Star. It's what did you just framed it is like the North Star. What this proposal is doing is to create the structure to gradually begin moving in that direction. It's not gonna be easy because there will be other programs that are created by the legislature with different requirements. We already are dealing with many, many requirements from the existing programs. But by creating this committee, we begin exploring what additional steps may be necessary, sometimes just working with the administration, maybe working with other constitutional office, working with the legislature to move in the direction where we harmonize, align, hopefully consolidate. Harmonize, align, and hopefully consolidate to get to the vision that you just so well put.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Byer, followed by Commissioner Garcetti, then Canella.
So I want to reference Governor Newsom. Recently, he did a podcast, his own podcast, with Ezra Klein. And in that, he's reviewing the book Ezra Klein put out called Abundance. And Ezra uses a term, the everything bagel, which hopefully you're familiar with the term. It basically means that there's a procedural fetish fixation in government where, and this is what the chair and Commissioner Aaron are really talking about, where additional procedural attributes are added over time. And in the housing context, I think what you're hearing is there's a desire on our part, or at least some of us, to have a hammer, a saw, and access to money. And we want to make sure that the structure that's going to implement those three tools is correct. So let me start with a point of agreement about the reorg plan. I think it makes tremendous sense to have a housing and homeless entity, and makes tremendous sense to have a separate consumer entity. That's not the end of our review, however. It's how are those agencies structured to improve the outcome. And what I fear you're hearing this morning is a frustration about the lack of a tie between the reorganization and a concrete goal in the immediate future. And what we're begging for are concrete examples of how to improve the process. And so we as a commission have a report on housing, which you haven't referenced. It has recommendations. I have no idea whether you even looked at it. We have a report on CEQA. The legislature has yesterday voted on 2 CEQA bills, which is a big part of housing. Their permitting reform, there's a select committee on permitting reform. We have heard no substantive discussion about how to change the law in combination with the reorganization. I understand that you cannot put those things in the same bill. And I understand that you can't change the constitutional responsibility of the Treasurer's Department. But if you want to put all housing together, you take the financing function of Treasury and you put it in the same agency. So to me, this conversation is about the trailer bills to fix the reorganization plan. Because the reorganization you presented won't accomplish what you're talking about, because everything you're talking about you could do today.
Well, Commissioner, I think your points are valid. And having sat in this role for the last year, overseeing both parts of the agency, I'm not convinced that we can do what we are doing today under this structure. I just...
Have you tried? And if you've tried, what is the failure point? Is the failure point the legislature has not given you the power? We're begging you for specifics about what power do you need? This is Pedro's question and Commissioner Aaron's question. If you've got programs that have overlapping or inconsistent goals, those laws should be changed so that you have more authority to put together the money and decide how to allocate it quickly.
Mhm.
If you've tried that and realized that there's a legislative solution, let's talk about that. Because reorganization is a different topic.
As I mentioned earlier, we are doing that in real time. We are literally implementing the streamlining that the legislature and the administration has been asking of us to harmonize many of our programs across the agency. I think the point I'm making is we have outgrown this structure. If we want to be able to have, it takes decades to build housing. And if we want to be able to have the structure, the infrastructure, both from a staffing level, from a program design level, and from the harmonization, alignment, and coordination level, this reorganization is necessary. I think we have a point of common agreement that the status quo is not working. The disparate nature of our housing finance system is not sufficient to meet the scale of the challenge. We have outgrown it. And I think the governor and this administration has, and as I said, as evidenced by direction from this particular commission, that we need to look at how do we evolve and adapt to the ever-changing conditions. It has gotten much more expensive and more challenging to address our affordable housing crisis than it was 15 years ago. Our homelessness challenge has ballooned in the last 2 decades in a way that we've not seen before. And so part of what we're proposing is to meet, to expand the structure that we have been granted over the last 13 years, that we've accomplished a great deal. We're not standing still, Commissioner. We are not waiting for everyone in BCSH recognizes the urgency of our mission. And I think what we're proposing is to say, it's now time to evaluate how much more we need. And this is a phase process. This is the last thing I'd say to your question. We know that this is only the first part of the change. I'm not proposing to any of you that this is the silver bullet to realizing the goals that you and the other commissioner were describing. But I don't believe that we can be on the path to that broader outcome that every Californian deserves if we don't take this first step.
Okay, the next, thank you. Next lineup is Garcetti, Canella, and then Commissioner Miller. And let me suggest that we're going to break. We're going to 12, and then lunch, and then we start with the next group of witnesses. And I just noticed the look on Mr. Kish as he counts down the minutes because nobody's asking him any questions. Commissioner Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank each of you and members of the audience for participating in this. And we will be hearing most of you sometime today, so stick with us. Also, I want to compliment your 2 colleagues who've been, you yourself, Mr. Velasquez, for being willing to take you on in the fashion that you have accepted. One thing I noted, Madam Secretary, is a smile on your face in about 40% of the time that you're responding. And that's appreciated. It makes a difference that you feel comfortable with what you're doing, how you're doing it, and it's good. We have difficulties, obviously, here. What you would love for us to do is to say yes, ultimately, after we have all the hearings or discussions among ourselves, to go forward and say, yes, so we recommend to the legislature that they go forward, the governor, et cetera. I don't know, and if you haven't, I would strongly urge you to read what the staff prepared in terms of the history of former attempts to reorganize. It was fabulous. It was so helpful to me. And then I want you to answer, after you've read it, how is yours different? You know, what are you going to do that's different than others have tried, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't happen. I mean, this is like CEQA. I mean, it is incredibly complex. And everyone says it has to change. And we recommended some changes. Maybe there'll be some significant changes. But we want to make a sea change here. And we want to help you make that sea change, because without that, California is not going to be the California that we have all known and have loved for many years in doing it. So I guess my bottom line question to you is, let's assume the governor had said, I don't want to go forward with reorganization, but I want you put together a list of things that the legislature can do to make your job easier and more effective. It might not be as big as a completely new structure, but what can they do? And you don't have to answer that question right now unless you want to. But if you would consider that, think about it, and get back to us. And I'm sure your response would be a very seasoned response. It could be, you know, a half of a page long, or it could be several pages long. But we're struggling with this. You can tell we're struggling with this, because we know how important this is to the future of California and to people that we know and love who move out of state or can't afford to stay in state. I have 2 grandchildren who said, I can't afford it. I can't afford to stay here. And it's heartbreaking. So these are the real things that we're dealing with. And you have businesses who say, I can't do it. People don't have a place to live that they can afford. And that's the bottom line with a lot of this.
Yeah.
So stick with it. Help us get to where you want us to be, but we're going to need more.
No, and I appreciate your question and comment, Commissioner. I guess I want to first start by saying I have been doing this work, as I mentioned, for 22 years here in the Bay Area. I've worked as a service provider working with families who are experiencing homelessness, children in our school districts who are living in their cars. I have worked for neighborhood development corporations in developing affordable housing, figuring out how we can do more of that, growing the portfolio. I have advocated to our state legislature about procedural changes, CEQA reform, Prop 13, all of the sort of structural challenges that California has writ large that impedes our ability to address the affordability crisis that you mentioned. And I may look young because I have on this like amazing sunscreen that gives me a little shine. But when I tell you that these structural problems take a great deal of courage to solve.
Yeah.
You weren't kidding when you said it's a sea change. We are literally trying to, my mom used to say, big ships take little turns. This is a 227,000 person bureaucracy. I have 9,000 employees under my leadership. And each division, each department, each organization has its own culture, has its own sense of how they implement their missions. And we want to make sure that the vision for the urgency that we've been talking about to deliver on our housing and homelessness goals, to streamline our processes, to say yes. I don't want people to be like, no, we can't. I want a yes and mentality up and through all of our departments who touch this work. And that takes time, but it also takes directional leadership. And that is what this reorganization is attempting to address. Yes, it's not a panacea, but it's that small shift of recognizing that it's been tried before. This is my first go round at it with this administration. And so I firmly believe that we are the best position to make this kind of shift, not on its own. All of the things that you all have talked about are necessary, but they are outside of our control. And so part of what we want to be able to do is get our house in order so that we can be much more compelling to the people who we need to engage to do the other elements of reform that our housing finance system need.
Can I just
Sure.
add something to that, if I may say it?
Please.
It's just speaking about legacy, right? And we know California is the epicenter of the homelessness crisis and the crisis of housing affordability. No other place in the United States has it as acute, these two problems, as California does. There is a lot that California does really, really well in this space of ameliorating homelessness and increasing the availability of housing that improves affordability. Before I came to this position, I was honored to serve as a senior director at the Urban Institute, a leading national research policy organization. I am in contact with previous colleagues all the time, and I hear it all the time. California is doing amazing things to adequately plan for the housing that is needed, to streamline through state law the way that localities entitle and approve more housing, and holding them accountable. No other state is doing what we're doing to hold local jurisdictions accountable to producing their fair share of housing. But there is one aspect where California is still far behind: the way it finances affordable housing, the way it subsidizes the creation of housing for low and moderate income households. This, as the secretary said, this is not the silver bullet, this is the reorganization, but it goes at the heart of the one issue where we are standing far, far behind, comparatively speaking, with other states. And so I would just say it is important to note the progress that we're making, but I would say this is part of the legacy that in this administration we want to leave behind. A lot of work by the legislature to pass a robust body of state law that it's creating the progress. I have a lot of data here on data points about that progress that we're making, and we're not changing anything in terms of what is working: the planning, the accountability, the policy oversight, working with localities. It's the financing, and that's where I would just ask you to pay close attention in terms of the creation of this Housing Development and Finance Committee.
Before the vice chair asks you any question or makes a comment, answer one question I should have asked at the beginning, and that is, are we receiving any federal funds for affordable housing, homeless? And if the answer is yes, what kind of danger are we in that that's going to be cut out at any time?
We do receive federal funding, particularly on our CDBG-DR resources for disasters. In previous disasters, not the Los Angeles fires, we have a federal supplemental that we submitted to Congress, and we're waiting to see the fate of that. I think your point, though, is well taken, that the uncertainty of resources at the federal government makes this reorganization even more critical, because we have to use every state dollar that we have much more effectively and efficiently, given the uncertainty of the federal resources that we have typically relied on to supplement some of our work. And Gustavo can speak more specifically about the other federal programs that we have, but we are not holding our breath around our desire to maximize every dollar.
I'll add, not only do you smile a lot, you're quick on your feet. Thank you.
I've got Vice Chair Cannella, Commissioner Miller, followed by Commissioner Hernandez, and then we really are going to have to break.
Yeah, just briefly, when you mentioned that communities wanted to build housing, I responded a little louder
Visceral.
than I meant. I forgot that the chair's mic was on. So it wasn't disagreement with you. I just fundamentally disagree that communities want to build housing. It is very difficult as a practitioner to get projects approved. It takes way too long. The streamlining laws are ignored all the time. There's really no teeth to those laws. And especially when it comes to affordable housing, there's this stigma, and it is very difficult to get anything approved. So hopefully, if this reorganization effort goes through, you can allocate resources to working with local communities and explaining to them what the laws are, what the requirements are, because the state, it's always difficult if we have to deal with the state, just because it's such a big monster, but local communities are worse. It is very, very hard to get things approved. So that was the reason I disagree. So just wanted to
Fair enough.
clarify. Yeah.
Commissioner Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do think that in the state of California, we often run into this trap, right, where it's not perfect. So then we sort of don't do anything. And I think we see that a lot, especially when it comes to permitting reform and infrastructure. And so there is, I think, fundamentally a question on your mic's still on, whether or not there is an ability to move incrementally. And so that is, I think I have a number of questions about this idea of incremental movement. So one, sort of why this first step is so important. Two, what I do think would be really helpful in the materials, and I wish I had thought to ask this sooner, but is an actual example of the life cycle of the process. So what hasn't yet been done, and I think could be really helpful, I think some of the nonprofit organizations have this, is a map. So what is the state responsible for? What are locals responsible for? And I think a really specific example of that roadmap of how this is a process improvement as much as it is a reorganization improvement. That might be difficult to do now, but I do think actually getting way more granular examples of the time savings, understanding that there are all these various ways in which this process will be significantly slowed down. And I do think as part of this process, it is worthwhile to start to think through what the state does need to do in terms of streamlining. So this is the third part of my question, incrementally specific examples of timelines. And then to your point, Commissioner Garcetti, just in terms of the wish list for the state through Assemblymember Erner, through a lot of various pieces of legislation, has an incredibly Byzantine process. Some of that is, as Mr. Eric, you point out, some of it is constitutional. Some of it is where and how we have these different pieces of financing. But I think what is helpful when we start to set out what is the art of the possible, even though the first step needs to be incremental, is what is the complete vision. And I think that's kind of the third part of this question you're asking, is how and whether we're able to really to articulate that vision in a way where we can see where we're going. And I know that there was a lot of discussion around these different financing pieces, including the California, I can't remember, the CIDLAC and TCAC, the Tax Credit Allocation Committee and the Debt Limit Allocation Committee, but how, eventually how we streamline that. So I would say those are 4 questions. If we don't have time, Mr. Chair, happy to have a follow-up in writing. Why incrementalism is important, specific examples of the time savings from the state perspective, and what more you can do in terms of the implementation of the current laws on the book, a complete vision. And then the fourth is the streamlining of financing opportunities. So I defer to you, Mr. Chair, if we have time to get to those 4, but I do think that they're important follow-up questions.
No, I agree. I just want to make sure that we're fair to the next panel. So with respect to Commissioner Miller's questions, there are parts of it that seems to me that are best responded to after preparation of document material. Is there any narrative that you'd like to offer at this time in response?
Well, I may just speak to the vision piece, Commissioner, as well as the incrementalism. I personally love wholesale change. But working in this bureaucracy, it does seem that incrementalism is a little bit more palatable for all stakeholders involved, partly because we want to be incredibly deliberate about what changes we're making so that all of the inquiry you all are talking about, if we're making a change and disrupting programs and realigning things, we want to make sure it's going to yield the outcomes that people expect. So that requires time. That requires us to do our due diligence and make sure that what we're recommending, what we're asking of our staff is tied to that design process, is tied to the outcome. So I think that is an incremental process. And by being able to set up this committee that will be specifically focused on our housing finance programs, dissecting what is it going to take for us to get to higher production levels year over year that put us on track to get to that the affordable million home goal that we need. So I think incrementalism in this instance is really helpful because it allows us to minimize disruption to our existing services and programs. Our teams do a ton of work every single day to administer the resources that we already have in the pipeline. We don't want to erode or sideline that work. We want that work to continue in earnest. first, but we also want to simultaneously be looking as we implement this reorganization, what should we be doing when, and how quickly can we do that in order to get to the outcomes that we're looking for. And then I think the vision here is, as a former advocate, when I heard that the 2.5 million homes was the goal, I was like, for real? Like, when did we ever do that? I don't know if you all have ever seen the charts when like California had the highest production levels ever in our history. And they were like, 100,000 units a year. Like, even in our best times, we were underproducing housing. And so I can't think of another way to get at the heart of that challenge, as Gustavo talked about, which is our Achilles heel to finance affordable housing efficiently. And so that's really, to me, the vision of positioning the state to, over time, get to that goal for real, and not just have that be a talking point or an aspiration. Because guess what? People actually need those homes. We have members of our community who are literally dying in our streets because we can't get it together enough to build housing fast enough and cheap enough. And that is the urgency. That is why I am sitting here, that I've spent the last 22 years of my career trying to figure out this puzzle. And I feel honored that the governor is sort of expressing the courage to say, we've done some, but it's not enough. And we have to do it with intention, with clarity, but also with strategy. And I think that's what we're proposing to all of you, is this is our strategic approach that is our best thinking today, given the constraints that we have to work within. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez.
One question just follows up on Commissioner Miller, and that's, I think you mentioned that California, we're not doing things well on affordable housing, but we do have the treasurer's program in terms of LIHTC. And so I know that in essence, you're trying to stand up a financing authority that almost emulates LIHTC. Is that correct? And then what is the thinking in terms of working with the treasurer's office? And if LIHTC works, I mean, was there discussion about just augmenting funding for LIHTC?
So I would answer that question a couple ways, Commissioner. This reorganization plan is within the purview of this administration. We do not have the authority to suggest changes to another constitutional officer. We have been in close partnership with the Treasurer's Office. Gustavo sits on the bodies. We have partnership to really look at best practices of why TCAC and CIDLAC are working efficiently, which is why we have designed this committee with the transparency, the input, the deepening relationship with our stakeholders. All of those things matter in order to accelerate the timelines and delivery of our tax credits and bonds. So again, we aren't seeing any of this work in a vacuum. Just as we talked about the separation of these agencies are necessary, it doesn't mean that the collaboration with our various state entities won't continue, and frankly won't be necessary to maximize the kind of impact that we want to see. So I think your point is well taken. It just can't show up in this reorganization plan.
But you do have the ability to augment the funding of LIHTC if it has the same purpose.
We do.
No, we don't.
do not.
Well, in terms of the legislative government,
Oh.
in terms of you as a larger you.
Oh, yes. The larger you, I suppose, does, but we do not.
And just a similar question, I mean, in terms of collaboration, and you mentioned that there's people dying in the street and we need to build housing. That is correct. But in terms of work on poverty, the house alone is not going to potentially solve that. You do have to have a stronger connection to health and human services and mental services. Is there going to be additional language or additional idea of how you're going to collaborate with those departments?
Yes, it's such a great question, and I'm glad that that you've raised it. So this is an exciting opportunity for us in terms of the implementation of Proposition 1. This is a partnership between our Human Services Department agency, BCSH, our Department of Veteran Affairs, we are administering those resources for folks experiencing homelessness, for our vets experiencing homelessness, and for folks who have acute behavioral health needs. And so that intersection is critical. But we're also seeing that collaboration at our California Interagency Council on Homelessness. That body is representative of all state departments and agencies that touch the issue of homelessness. And we have developed a 3-year action plan with metrics for the very first time in California's history that is holding our local jurisdictions accountable for actually reducing unsheltered homelessness. And we know that housing alone is not the solution. It requires robust services and, frankly, employment supports. Part of what's been exciting for me in this role is to learn about all of the industries that we license and that we provide employment opportunities for: nurses and barbers and cosmetologists. We want our Californians to be able to access competitive employment, career employment, in addition to our behavioral health services for those who need it. So I think, again, thinking about this reorganization in elevating the power that each of the agencies, the agencies do today, is part of our goal.
No, great. And we like metrics. In fact, I'll probably ask more about metrics. And I have the last question. It's a civil rights question. So I know you don't have any. No, I'm assuming you keep track of the caseloads. I just was wondering what percentage are related to housing versus non-housing to further justify that it's going to be housed within housing.
That's a good question. So housing, there are 2 ways that cases can be processed by our department. And one is the complaint processing function, where any member of the public who believes that they experience a violation of their civil rights can file a complaint with the government. And if it is jurisdictional, we will investigate that complaint, or we can initiate our own complaints. And the complaint initiation power is a very important one. Why? Because if you rely on members of the public, if you rely for government civil rights enforcement on what members of the public tell you, you will only ever see a very partial picture of what is going on in the world. The most common response to a civil rights violation is to do nothing. One of the least common responses is to file a complaint with the government. You'll also only ever see a partial version of what's happening in a different sense, which is that people are positioned to only see certain types of violations. You don't necessarily know if your salary is unfair and
You
discriminatory.
don't keep track of them, or what percentage is housing?
Oh, sorry, I'm getting there. So overall, our housing complaints filed by the public make up around 30%. But we do initiate a number of housing complaints. Why? Because tenants are less likely to know or see when something is happening to them than perhaps an employee who has comparators in the same workplace. With that said, the law also differs when it comes to our prosecutorial function between employment, housing, and the other types of jurisdiction that we have. Our fair housing laws in California, as they stand today, require us as a department to file a lawsuit when we have reasonable cause to believe that there has been a fair housing violation. In other words, we lack the discretion that we have in other areas of law to simply decline to file a case. And for that reason, our litigation docket is about half housing.
Thank you. And I think that in conclusion, Commissioner Byer.
Thank you for the hint. First, a compliment. The housing element enforcement changes have been most welcome. I'm a YIMBY. I have workforce housing being developed near a home I own, 14 units. I'm thrilled by that.
Fantastic.
And that came from the state leaning on the local jurisdiction, and the local jurisdiction overcoming the NIMBY neighbors who didn't want it built. So I see that in a concrete way. So thank you for that work. I want to focus on 3 things quickly. Licensing, I would urge you to read our report from 2016. We have concrete recommendations. One on worker shortage and looking to people who are licensed in foreign jurisdictions, and a bridge program through apprenticeships. I don't think you've acted on our report. Second, with respect to former offenders, I don't think you've acted on that. And so licensing reform is a concrete outcome. and I think could be facilitated by the reorganization because you'll have more bandwidth to focus on things that aren't housing in a separate agency. And I think that's one of the biggest pluses of what you've proposed.
Hmm.
And on the civil rights side, just a fact check. Yes, HUD has fair housing, but also we have EEOC, the Department of Labor, Health and Human Services. They all have similar discriminatory actions that they can take. I think the biggest factor for keeping it in housing is the lack of discretion that you referenced. Frankly, I would lead with that as the justification. And then the last point on Commissioner Hernandez's point on Prop 1 and mental health. Personally, I'm involved in mental health advocacy and would like to see much more detail about how you're going to integrate. And if you tell me it's a committee, I'm not going to buy it. It better be as a result of the reorganization. Prop 1 will be improved because, and this will be the outcome. Because Prop 1 only passed by a handful of votes, and whether there is a continued focus by the state over the next 5 to 10 years on mental health and housing is going to depend on how that's implemented.
Yep.
And it's not just one department, but an interagency committee is not going to be very compelling unless you produce concrete outcomes.
Yeah, but there's a continuum.
Yeah.
That's
Thank you.
funding a continuum and not just one kind of thing.
Thank you.
So thank you for both of those points, Commissioner, and we will provide you with some follow-up on the Prop 1 integration. I wonder if Director Kirchmeyer could answer the licensing question.
Yeah, just looking at that, we've looked at a lot of those issues and finding ways to bring more individuals into our licensing in each of our occupations. And just specific to the things that you've talked about, definitely for those individuals who are from coming out of country, a lot of our boards and bureaus have changed their laws recently to allow more individuals with outside experience to come in. And apprenticeships are actually a bigger issue now. I'm sitting on the IACA, and we're really trying to get those apprenticeship programs in. We have several of our different professions. We have our barbering and cosmetology that has apprenticeship program, our contractors, and several others that are looking at those type of programs. And then last, especially on the former offenders, we had a bill that passed, AB 2138, that really changed the structure and the dynamics and looked at the denials and denying licenses for those public offenders, and have changed those laws that really opened up a lot of those hindrances to individuals coming into our professions.
Well, one of our later witnesses wrote a book that's just out called Licensing Racket, which points out the period of time for training for cosmetologists exceeds the amount of training for other nurses, others, and there is a need, a comprehensive need for top to bottom review of the rationality. And unfortunately, the regulated professions have erected barriers to entry, which are hurting all of us, both as consumers and as potential recipients of the economic growth that could come from more rational licensing. So licensing reform ought to accompany a reorg and have some outcomes.
And just to the point on the cosmetologist, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the law was recently changed to where those hours changed from 1,600 hours down to 1,000, and they also opened up a different.
Okay.
I think that there's a definite need for training for health and safety issues. Yeah. I mean, we are a consumer protection agency, and I think that's where we're looking at for those hours.
Wait a minute.
See what you just did?
You just.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Childcare providers right, licensed childcare providers in the state of California get 17 hours of training before that they have a license and can now take care of our children. And you're saying to me that 1,000 hours for somebody who's cutting my hair? Something's out of whack. I'm sorry, but it just is. That doesn't make any common sense. But there's just one other thing I wanted to bring up as well. Well, it's hard.
That's all right. We're not eating lunch.
Right, I get it. It's okay. I had some breakfast, so I don't know about the rest of you. But there's one of the testifiers is talking about people, individuals with developmental disabilities, and there seems to be no acknowledgement. We're talking about people with mental health, right? But we have a whole group. We have hundreds of thousands of people with developmental disabilities, many of whom are able to go to work, right? But have significant barriers, right? Particularly those people on the spectrum, that kind of thing. And so it would be nice to have some addressing of that at some point. Okay, the mental health stuff is much more complicated in that the directions that are being given from the administration, not in your department necessarily, but others, seem to be putting people into institutional care. And as you're all reading the same headlines, I'm presuming I'm reading, things are not going well. And so we need to figure out what the continuum is there that you do participate in regards to housing for the people who are living on the street but have significant, mental health issues, let alone physical disability issues. So, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Going once, going twice. Okay. So, so what you've seen today is a demonstration of, like, I always like to work with people who are far smarter than I am. Members of this commission are extremely dedicated to our particular mission of exploring ways to make government work better for Californians. And what I've heard from you confirms what I have learned from sitting on this body. And that is that California has a dedicated group of people, yourselves included, who have made a decision to dedicate their lives to public service. Any one of you could be making double what you're making in government were you to transition to the private sector. And you know it. You're aware of that. But you've made a decision that you are going to apply your talent and your skill and your compassion to making lives better for all Californians. And on behalf of the commission, I want to express our gratitude to you for doing that. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, commissioners. Really appreciate the conversation.
And I caution, be careful when you leave the dais.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as these witnesses step down, I will call up the next panel of witnesses, and we'll just give them a moment to come up. So, Mr. Chairman, to save time, I will just go ahead and introduce this panel as they get seated. This panel consists of Ben Metcalf, who is the Managing Director of the Terner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley. He is also the former Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. Also, Sarah Karlinsky, who is the Research Director at the Terner Center. Before joining the Terner Center, Ms. Karlinsky was at SPUR, and she is the principal author of the SPUR report on reorganization, which was provided to you earlier and which is at page 128 of the combined packet. Then we have two witnesses from NextGen Policy. Arnold Sowell Jr. is the Executive Director, and Brian Weinberger is the Senior Policy Advisor. You were also provided the NextGen issue brief on reorganization. That is at page 182 of your packet, and we'll begin with Mr. Metcalf.
And before you do that, I have to ask Mr. Sowell, there's something going on because you have not aged a day. Now, I haven't seen you in like 15 years, and you still look like you're 17 years old.
Good to see you as well, Mr. Nahum.
Good to see you too. Please.
Good morning, commissioners. Again, my name is Ben Metcalf. I direct the Terner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley and led the state's Department of Housing and Community Development under Governors Brown and Newsom. I also directed HUD's Office of Multifamily Housing Programs under President Obama in Washington, D.C. The proposed reorganization takes several important steps that are, I believe, responsive to the severe affordable housing and homelessness crisis the state currently faces. First, as discussed, it creates a standalone housing and homelessness agency, which in my estimation increases the likelihood that any future secretary will bring a relevant background in this area and be able to dedicate his or her sole attention to this important topic. Second, it creates this new housing committee that critically centralizes the developer-facing transactional work, development and finance activities in the affordable housing realm. This smartly responds to what we heard to be the substantially enlarged portfolio under the directors of HCD and the executive director of Cal HFA. I'll say that particularly HCD feels almost unrecognizable to me today, even after just 5 years distance on my time there. As you heard, it now today has a vastly expanded footprint overseeing market-moving land use, zoning, building code reform, manufactured housing oversight, and a substantial housing policy development and regulatory role. The creation of this separate committee dedicated just to the financing of affordable housing, therefore, does free the HCD director and leadership to focus on this other important body of work, as well as increasing the likelihood that the individual who heads this new committee will come from a housing and homelessness development or finance background, and allows this individual to give his or her full attention to making that delivery system work in all the complicated ways that we've been discussing. I would also note that this new committee structure does mirror what I see as an effective governance structure used again and again across state functions in California, and does align with the successful administration of the low-income housing tax credit program within the Treasurer's office. So while what has been proposed is a necessary prerequisite to reform, I will perhaps echo some of the commissioners in saying that what we have seen on its own is not fully sufficient either. And I did want to offer a couple of thoughts for the Commission's consideration on what else will be needed to make this even more successful. First, Director Velasquez alluded to this, but the Terner Center did release a research brief on Monday in which we analyzed every single state-funded multifamily affordable housing project between 2020 and 2023. We did find that the inclusion of each additional public funding source is associated with an additional 4 month of time delay and $20,460 in per unit development costs. That's even after controlling for other visible characteristics. It is literally only, as we can see in the data, a function of this duplication of fragmentation of government in California. And I will echo what we heard, that at a moment where costs of housing and affordable housing are going up at rates well in excess of inflation, this is not a small number. It is not a small time delay, and it is wholly within the government's control to fix, very uniquely so. However, our report does reveal that this duplication is most commonly occurring between projects that receive the Treasurer-administered low-income housing tax credits and local funding, or those programs that will be funded under this new committee. So less so programs within the committee. So this shouldn't be surprising. In fact, we know that most projects currently awarded today, funds from HCD today, have an uncertain second step application process, and even if awarded, endure subsequent duplications in underwriting and compliance. So fixing that has to be a priority. I'd also like to share that the Terner Center is deep into a scan of all other state housing agencies across the country. There are actually more than 50 of them. And perhaps not surprisingly, our work, when it comes out later this spring, will affirm that California does have one of the most fragmented affordable housing financing systems in this entire country. Indeed, no other state has a system like ours. And in most states, in almost all states, I should say, housing functions are consolidated either into an HFA with a complementary community development agency or centralized singly within one entity. So yes, there is good work with the committee, and we need to think about how to align better with what happens in the Treasurer's office. Second, moving existing staff from HCD and Cal HFA into this new committee clearly does provide, I think, an opportunity to create a more efficient and effective organization. However, effective reorganizations also require complementary cultural change, training, and new systems. While I was at HUD, indeed, I led what was at the time a very much needed reorganization to the team that I oversaw of about 1,500 multifamily staff. That reorganization included reclassifying every staff position, taking each employee offline for 3 weeks of intensive training, implementing new risk-based processing and asset management protocols, automating manual processes, implementing new workload tracking systems, and fundamentally creating an expectation that individual staff members would be empowered to get it done with the support of subject matter experts and a team behind them. That is a big culture change, and it's one which I think is important to think about to use this opportunity today. But that work required for me and for the leadership at HUD at the time an ongoing commitment that spanned several years. It required stakeholders to also have the patience to work with staff during a time of transition. And it did necessitate a budgetary commitment that ultimately totaled millions of dollars in consulting support and systems investments. But it did result in impacts that were measurable to quality, to timeliness, and to staff engagement. So I do think this is an important first step. I would argue, however, that a similar level of effort to what I just described is needed in this next step to fully realize the important goals articulated in this proposal. Thank you for your consideration. I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Sidley?
Thank you so much, and go Bears. So what in this reorganization do you see as a protection against moving, bad analogy, but I'm going to say it anyway, moving deck chairs on the Titanic? What about this reorganization is going to protect Californians from doing the same thing that we're doing now, just in another location and maybe costing the same or costing more? And I think that's what you're hearing from most of the people on this commission is we want this to work and we want to understand how this proposal is going to actually be steps in the right direction versus we've taken you out of this place and we've put you over here, but you're still doing the same things. And I'm not sure that I fully recognize and understand how there's that protection.
Thank you. First of all, as you heard from Secretary Moss, the portfolio of BCSH is vast and not well aligned. So simply getting that kitchen sink, getting rid of the kitchen sink and focusing the portfolio of the secretary on a coherent body of work will lead both to better leaders in that role in the future and free the time of that leader to focus on the things that really matter from a housing and homelessness perspective, number one. Now let's talk about the committee. So what does the committee do? Well, the committee just does one piece of the full housing and homelessness portfolio, but it does a really important piece. It focuses just on the subsidized, multifamily, affordable portfolio of work, the developer-facing component. That's not the whole picture. The whole picture is the full $2.5 million. This is just the subsidized piece. But it creates a governance structure that aligns with what we know to be a best practice at the state and beyond of how to organize that to get quality results. And it also ensures that the leadership of that particular committee, think of it as a department, I think it's analogous, is likely to be somebody who, A, comes out of a transactional housing and homelessness background, and therefore can really see the opportunities, is connected to the stakeholder community, and insulates that person from other work, which is also important, but is not in scope for the subsidized multifamily affordable housing portfolio, which is a critical priority for the state of California going forward.
But aren't you describing something that's therefore fragmented and as opposed to something that's streamlined where you're overseeing the whole pie, you're just working on your little slice of it, and then you still have to reach out to get to everyone else? I mean, aren't we creating something that's fragmented as opposed to seamless?
Well, I think we are starting from a place of profound fragmentation. So as it relates to the subsidized affordable housing work, I don't see that this furthers that fragmentation. It is a step in the right direction. By not addressing what is under the treasurer, I think there is a significant omission. But I think for the stuff within the governor's office, it creates a coherence that is not there today.
Thank you.
Ms. Karlinsky. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Hernandez.
I want to make sure that the Berkeley contingency.
Okay.
Go Bears. Go Bears. No, thank you for starting to address in terms of the relationship that needs to happen between the treasurer's office and the department. I think I asked that question earlier, but maybe you can give additional recommendations in terms of what you would like to see in terms of that collaboration. And then a similar question, I think you get to be on the outside and advocate for different things. Have you also advocated for increasing light tech since it does work and there are examples of how it works?
We are a research institution that does not engage in lobbying. But yes,
But that could be a great report.
yes,
So is that-
yes, absolutely. There is a huge funding need for affordable housing. And I think that if we want to be successful with the money that we are able to get, as well as to create a vehicle for hopefully much more investment, this governance change is important and necessary.
What about the recommendations for the collaboration between Treasurer's Office?
Yeah, so I don't think, I think there has to be again, 4 months of delay, $20,000 per unit is a fixable problem. This on itself does not fix that problem at the state level. It puts you in a direction to do that. Either you need to then take the functions and programs that are in the Treasurer's Office and move them into this new vehicle that you have created. Or, and this doesn't make any sense to me, you have to move this function into the Treasurer's Office, or you have to have a legislative mandate that just shackles both of these constitutional officers to actually not do things like make one award here without having the other award there guaranteed. That simply says you cannot have two different duplicate. But I guess these are not, none of these are great. This last one is not a great idea, but like you have to do one of those things in order to solve this fundamental problem.
Please, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Sarah Karlinsky. As mentioned, I'm currently the research director at the Terner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley. Go Bears. Prior to joining the Terner Center, I worked for almost 2 decades at SPUR, the San Francisco Bay Area Planning and Urban Research Association. And I'd also just like you to know that I was also an affordable housing developer for 4 years prior to that. So I'm happy to speak to that experience as well. At SPUR, I authored a report entitled Structured for Success, Reforming Housing Governance in California and the Bay Area. This report was designed to address governance challenges related to housing in both the Bay Area and California as a whole. One of the key findings of the report is that state governmental institutions are not set up to deliver the housing that California needs. The state agency responsible for housing, BCSH, includes a wide variety of unrelated departments. You've already heard about this earlier today, so I'm not going to go into that in much detail. But I'd just like to make this point, which is that this broad portfolio dilutes the amount of time the secretary can devote to housing. In addition, the state's highly complex and fragmented affordable housing funding system creates costly inefficiencies in the production of badly needed subsidized housing units, and Ben spoke to that earlier. The report goes on to make 11 recommendations. I will focus on the 2 recommendations most germane to the discussion here today. However, in hearing some of the conversation earlier, I do want to point out that the recommendations are focused at the state, regional, and local level. And one of just the core findings of the report, which I started to write basically from a local perspective, is that the state is a position to make the most change in our housing delivery system overall. And I'm happy to talk about the local ones, which some of you have spoken about earlier, but really today we're here to talk about the state. So first, the report recommends the creation of a standalone state housing agency that is solely focused on housing. In our recommendation, we asserted that the new agency should incorporate the Department of Housing and Community Development, the California Housing Finance Agency, the Department of Real Estate, and California's Interagency Council on Homelessness. We further recommended that the housing agency be organized to carry out a series of functions that includes a regulatory function focused on housing element compliance, an affordable rental housing funding function, and a robust policy function that has the necessary data tools to advance housing policy in the state. We described how the agency should be able to analyze and describe how various policies proposed by other state agencies impact the state's housing production goals. The second recommendation most relevant to today's conversation is one to create a one-stop shop for affordable housing finance. We've talked about that a lot today, but I actually just want to offer very briefly from my personal experience as an affordable housing developer, how that felt. So for every single source of funding that we sought to receive for our project, I had to create a binder. It was the olden days. So it was a binder, a physical binder. It was roughly this thick for each and every funding source. And I had to do that over and over and over again. And I had to do that in a way that basically was ever so slightly different to conform to the differing financing requirements of each individual funding source. It was a completely maddening and exhausting process. It took a really, really long time. And if you didn't get one source of financing, you had to go then find another. And this is how every single affordable housing development up and down the state is financed, and it is a total waste of time and energy. So we were talking about cost earlier. There is a cost, and the cost is to those who need affordable housing and can't receive it because of how challenging this is. So in conclusion, there are many more recommendations in the report that I don't have time to review in this short testimony, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cannella.
So if this reorganization goes through, how many binders will be reduced from your effort?
Yeah. So it's a great question. And so I think the answer is some. It depends on each project and how much they're getting from the administrative sources versus the treasurer sources. Now, I think what the idea of the reorg is that in creating the committee, that creates the shape and the container for hopefully one day bringing in some of the resources that are under the treasurer into the same committee so that it's just one. So the dream is, as an affordable housing developer, that you go ahead, you submit one binder, you hopefully submit it online, which I think you can do at this point. Basically this committee says, okay, this is a good project, let's go. Here's all of your state funding. Not, we like this part, but now go try to find the money over here. You just do it one time.
How much money comes from the areas that the reorg is trying to deal with versus the treasurer's office? Is it half? Is it what's the number?
I don't know if we looked at that in the most recent piece that we shared with you, but Ben did share the number that it's $20,000 addition per source. Yeah.
Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. So you're the author of the Spur report?
I am.
It's brilliant.
Oh.
It really was the best document that I saw in all the things that were submitted, and was the best argument for the reorganization. So let me go to.
I'm actually getting a little teary. You can't see, but thank you.
Good,
Thank you,
good.
sir. I appreciate
So,
that.
a very long time ago, I was given an assignment in the executive branch of the federal government and was told to come up with a plan on livable communities. First, I didn't know what it was. I was unqualified for that assignment, but it was my assignment, and I had a hammer, a saw, and financing. And I hired the best people I possibly could to help me come up with a plan. We came up with a plan in 3 months to spend $2 billion.
Wow.
And it went into the federal budget, and it got appropriated, and it got spent. And it wasn't me, it was the team. So the question really becomes, and this is kind of maybe for all of you, anytime a group of existing people who are used to their jurisdictional lines and their lines of authority are told they have a new boss, a new office, a new structure, it's very confusing and is going to delay the implementation of the overall overarching goal of producing more housing. And so my question is the game worth the candle? The effort that goes into reorganization could be, I'm going to guess, between 10 and 25% lower output as a result of the process changes. And so I'm struggling with why it's a good idea if you don't do it really quickly. And in order to do it really quickly, you have to have consulted with all of the relevant stakeholders. So Commissioner Cannella's question is, did you talk to the people who were building the housing to ask them what they think should be fixed? Did that happen here? I don't mean, did they talk to people about their complaints? Did they talk to people about how this reorganization is going to improve the outcomes so that people can understand the process changes and why a larger community of stakeholders believes that this will improve things and attract more finance, attract more developers, and attract local governments to participate in a more fulsome, speedy fashion.
Yeah. So I can't speak to BCSH's outreach process, but I can speak to my process with this paper. And I can also, maybe I'll just start there. So part of what I did for the paper was I interviewed 35 different individuals, and you can see their names at the end of the report. And there were it was really actually a completely fascinating process, because I was just trying to gather people's perspectives on what's wrong. Like, how did we end up here? Like, this is such a huge problem for the state of California, and it's only gotten worse. And why is that? Right. And some of the people that I interviewed are people who have long-standing experience in state government. And there's a woman named Claudia Capio, who I think is going to be here later today, who took a run at this. She really, really tried to actually create some of the streamlining that that we need to see. And she just was like, we just couldn't get it done. Like, we didn't have the leadership at the time, and there were so many challenges in the way. And what I see in this moment is like, this is a shot to do this. We have a secretary now who wants to get this done, who can provide the leadership, who can create, I think personally, like, the container to make this change happen. And the structure that is being discussed is the right first step. So I feel very optimistic about this reorganization. It obviously aligns with the recommendation that I made, and I feel like this is just the right moment to make the leap. I mean, you're going to hear from our colleagues sitting to my right about all the different things that have been tried. And I read that piece, and it's really, really great. But I don't think we've ever tried this. In 2012, when they were considering the reorganization, moving housing from the transportation agency into BCSH, housing wasn't even listed in the title of the agency. That's how insignificant it was in the overall thinking. And this is a real opportunity. That's my true feeling. Thank you.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. And I actually agree on the study. It's phenomenal. Could you speak to the two additional points you make in the study, and specifically around CIDLAC and TCAC and around the Department of Real Estate? And again, to this question of how we do this incrementally, two questions. One, especially on real estate, where you see the interplay with affordability. Just really curious on your thoughts there. It's been a long standing issues of how to get that to be a more efficient organization. And then two, if there's a short-term solution for CIDLAC and TCAC to be included on this committee in a way that allows that capital stack that you've had to deal so much with in terms of your housing project, is there a way to at least get them on the committee? So for example, before you get a TCAC award, you need the CIDLAC award. Is there a kind of a sequence of events that without a reorg that we could create greater efficiencies, if you've looked at that?
Yeah, I think.
And for the commissioners, I'm looking at the study in your letter on page 127.
Great. Thank you. So I think the creation of the committee is the fundamental first step on the administrative side. They're setting up a committee that it mirrors in some ways how CIDLAC and TCAC are structured, but it doesn't obviously have those constitutional officers participating yet. But ideally, what would happen is that containers created, as Secretary Moss mentioned, it's kind of getting the governor's side house in order. And then you could see slotting in, if the treasurer were so inclined, having the treasurer have a seat on that committee, having the controller have a seat on that committee. And then it really doesn't make sense anymore to have 3 different committees that are all basically the same committee, one would think. And so hopefully it would just function as a sole committee. So I think that's an answer to your first question.
Yeah, I guess I agree with that, but it may be just a follow on that. Would then a necessary change be that we set up a sequence of events until the reorg is complete? I agree with you. This consolidating it is important, but would you, because it's sort of, would it be SIDLAC TCAT committee? Because right now it's where the HCD pieces fit in, and BCSH to a lesser extent, it's very complicated. It forms part of the capital stack, but at various times. So maybe just as you think through this, it would be super helpful to understand where you think if we could create a sequence of events to actually start to create some of the streamlining. So, and then for affordable housing developers, there would be a little bit more certainty, especially when they're applying for awards. If there were more collaboration, then you would be more able to get the shovels in the ground.
Yeah, I see your point. Ben, is there anything you wanted to add on this?
Again, it is possible for the legislature to say until that full assimilation occurs, the state committee shall not make an award without an award also being available. Historically, there have been moments where both the treasurer side and the governor side were working with the standard application process for a variety of reasons that hasn't been sustained. There were also moments where the funding on the treasurer side was over the counter. It wasn't hyper competitive. There simply weren't as many affordable housing projects happening. I think it's just really hard today in a world where the treasurer side programs are hyper competitive. And so you have to have a structure where you basically are reserving funds for those HCD programs. But the actual mechanics of making that happen are really hard to do across all of the HCD programs in balance with other competing needs that come in from the local government. So there's not, I would say we should move with all due haste, right? Like there is a problem today and we should try and move this committee forward as quickly as possible. We should try and move a larger solution forward as quickly as possible. I would not spend a lot of time trying to come up with further Band-Aid beyond the ones that we already have.
Great, really helpful. And then just to the Department of Real Estate piece.
Yeah, so I think the Department of Real Estate, it's a little tricky with that one because you can see there's like the licensing functions. Really, those you could see why they would belong in a business agency. There are also 2 kind of additional components of what the Department of Real Estate does, at least, but one has to do with kind of implementation of the Subdivision Map Act and some of the work that's done there. And the second piece has to do with the creation of HOAs. Those seem to be more, I think, related to, they have housing policy implications. So that is why I recommended that they be within the housing agency. But I can certainly see the argument for why you'd have those in the other agency.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sowell.
I recognize that my comments and my colleague Brian Weinberger's comments are what's standing between you and lunch, so we will try to be as brief as possible. Thank you, Chair Nava, Vice Chair Cannella, and Commission members for the opportunity to speak before you today about the Governor's Reorg proposal. My name is Arnold Sowell, and I am the Executive Director of NextGen Policy. NextGen is a nonprofit organization that is focused on building a more equitable, a more climate resilient, and a more prosperous California for all. We are not a housing developer. We are an entity that is focused on equity and justice issues, an entity that engages in the policy development and grassroots organizing, in legislative advocacy, as well as in program delivery. We've long recognized that there are enormous consequences to the housing crisis that is facing the state of California, and have engaged over the years in issues related to veterans housing, securing more funding for housing programs, delivering on tenants' rights issues, et cetera. Our role here and the function that we thought would be important for the commission's the deliberations as you move forward was one of trying to provide you with a little bit of a history on what has happened over almost 50 years of efforts to reorganize and deliver housing and administer sort of housing programs here in state government. And so what you have in your packet is a sort of a very brief sort of issue brief that attempts to try to provide you with a framework for evaluating and analyzing the program that you have before you, or the reorg proposal that you have before you. Interestingly enough, in listening to the peppering that happened with the first panel, many of the questions, the evaluative tools, the thoughts and notions that we have on how it is that you might want to approach this reorg proposal, you're light years ahead of us. You're already, sort of grappling with some of those already in terms of your questions. But here's what I would like to say, and that this reorganization proposal has at its core several sort of worthwhile goals that we see and that the state could benefit from. One is improving the coordination between the state's housing programs, which is critical. And secondly, establishing a collaborative and more innovative approach to finance affordable housing that leverages private capital, the real estate development process, and using government resources sort of more efficiently. Our issue brief provides a timeline, and housing administration in California has evolved over these past 50 years, and also identifies lessons learned from previous restructuring efforts that could be applied in terms of the evaluative process today. I think I'm going to skip a little bit of some of my comments, and just because I want to make sure my colleague Brian Weinberger has a chance to sort of get into some of the details. But let me just sort of say in sort of summation that the governor's proposal has a much needed focus on the administrative challenges confronting California's housing entities, and we support many of the goals that are in the proposal. However, in figuring out the best approach to reach those goals and implement the governor's recommendations, past experience leads us to a couple of thoughts. And they suggest that more fully incorporating additional sort of policy tools, meaning legislative tools, as well as working within the existing sort of constructs of and trying to create better coordination, are things that past experience tells us that we should be sort of focusing on. And such approach, in our estimation, makes it more likely that the state's going to achieve its goals while avoiding some of the costs and risks that you so quickly sort of focused in on in your conversations and your discussions with the previous panel. And so with that, I'll hand it over to my colleague, Brian Weinberger, just to give you a few more details.
Commissioner Hernandez has something.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too as well.
I love how things go kind of full circle. I was actually working for Alarcon in 99 and 2000. I should pay more attention to housing then. That was Mark Stivers. He's actually going to be testifying afterwards that he did a lot of this. I did the energy and other stuff. But a quick question. I think what you're alluding to is that there are the goals in terms of restructuring is something we should all pay attention to. But I think we mentioned, or we asked previously, can you achieve those goals without restructuring? And I don't know if you want to comment on that.
I think what our issue brief tries to take on and definitely sort of alludes to is that the past experience and past history seems to indicate that we would be able to do that without some sort of wholesale sort of reorganization. However, I will make note of some of the previous comments of commenters that are presenters that are on this panel. Some of what is attempting to probably be done particularly in the financing arena is new, and it's a real attempt to try to draw that into sort of a single point of focus. I would offer, however, that there may be a need to try to sort of understand one, what's missing, because you've mentioned programs that are at the Treasurer's Office and other programs, as well as what the compilation of that financing committee by compiling and having all those entities in one place. What does that do for some of the independence of some of the existing entities, in particular Cal HFA? And what does it do for its independence? How does that affect its role in the capital markets? How does that affect its ratings? Those sorts of things like that.
Mr. Weinberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Brian Weinberger. I'm a policy advisor at NextGen Policy. As Mr. Sowell said, a lot of what I plan to talk about has already come up in one form or another. So in the interest of allowing more time for questions and dialogue, I'll simply note I'm prepared to talk about some of the illustrations and models that we cite in the piece in terms of what has been done in terms of legislation in the past, the Alarcon measures, what potentially can be accomplished through some of the interagency level administrative work using Cal HFA's mixed income program as an example. And if the commission is interested, a discussion of some of those kind of costs and risks that had been identified in past reports. But I think it's best to leave it at that and not duplicate some of what's already been said and open it up to questions.
Since I was offered an opportunity, I'll take it. I'm just curious, as you both have studied this, is this the step you would take, or would you recommend something else?
We don't have an alternate recommendation, to be clear. What the suggestion is in the brief that we prepared is that it would be worthwhile for policymakers to look at multiple tools, multiple avenues for achieving the goals that are being sought here. Legislation and administrative engagement in between agencies may be complementary to some of the changes that are being proposed here, but we do not, to answer your question directly, have an alternative proposal that we're putting forward.
Commissioner Erner.
So let me be sure I'm understanding something, because I've lived through a couple of, in the health and human services world, we call it integration programs, right? And what I've discovered over the years is it's all about people and leadership. What makes change, right, very often, and I think you commented on the secretary, right, that you think that she's the right person, right? That makes a big difference, to me, makes a very big difference. There has to be a leader, right? It's not just my newest thing is I'm not looking for directors, I'm looking for leaders, okay? And so, but we have 20 months here of this administration, and then we have a new governor, right? He or she might come in with completely different ideas about how to administer programs and all of that. And in one of the reports I read, there was something about there was a study done about when big changes like this were made and what year they were made in a governor's, right, terms of office, right? And usually it was done much earlier, right? In the first term, I think, preferably. And here we are doing something in the last 20 months of this governor's governorship. And so one of my concerns is that we might have a secretary today who is going to make this happen, right? I mean, she's very committed to it. You're saying that this is a good idea, meaning this is good. You need a leader to do this, not a director or an agency secretary. You need a leader. You think she's the leader. But what do we do if she's not the successor leader and it's somebody else who comes in with different direction and or whatever, right? And where does that, because implementation, there's been a significant changeover, reorganization in the childcare world, which I live in, where it was moved from Department of Education over to the Department of Social Services. They just finished, right, their last implementation report of the changeover. 4 years it took, right? and with as much transparency as possible and reports and all of that kind of stuff. And so everyone's talking, this is not going to happen overnight. These are the first steps. And then as they go along, they'll figure out what that implementation looks like. Are we talking about a 4-year thing or however many it is, right? I mean, we used to, years ago, we used to, the Department of Healthcare Services, one day it would look like this, and then Senator Gregorio would have a new idea, and we would reorganize it to look like something different, and then we would have the different senator come up with another idea, and we were going like this, right? I remember for years, it was like a tennis match, trying to figure out where we're putting things. And so I'm just wondering about your comments regarding leadership, right? And how do we continue that?
I'll take a crack at that. I mean, I do think what we have at our advantage is just that housing and homelessness will be a priority for the incoming governor. I don't think there's any scenario where it's not. And so we're coming from a place where any incoming governor will recognize that our current system isn't fully delivering on the needs that we have in the way that we've talked about. I do think, having said, so that's good. I think it means that whatever we have in motion is likely to be supported. I do think it does speak to a need to approach this proposal with all due urgency. And I think it's important, having said that, to get as much in flight and as much of this work done to create that sort of, inexorable momentum and opportunity such that an incoming governor will say, hey, this thing is not done yet, but I can actually take some of the credit for getting it done, right? And so I think there is a sweet spot where we can get this. I think this administration can possibly get this in flight, but then make it so that it becomes something which is also then owned by the successor.
I just want to add one thing to what Ben said, which is there's been a lot of questions today about why do we actually need to do this reorg? Why can't you just go ahead and take some of these steps without the reorg? I think part of why we need the reorg is to continue this work, is to create the container for the work and to continue it. So I think it's leadership, but it's also structure.
Got Commissioner Byer, followed by Commissioner Miller.
To keep it light, my favorite movie, one of them, is Margin Call, 2011, Jeremy Irons. It's the middle of the night. The Great Recession's about to hit, and he asks his team about collateralized mortgage. And he goes, explain to me like I'm a dog, like a very playful Irish setter. So I don't know anything about the acronyms my colleagues on either end of the dais are talking about with respect to tax allocation committees or initials or acronyms. The treasurer's office has some stuff and the housing department has some stuff. Why shouldn't we focus on putting them together as opposed to doing this?
Yes. Yes. You totally got it. That's what we should do, but we need to do it in a sequence.
But we're being hamstrung by the limitations of the Constitution, saying we can't do a reorg that affects the rights and responsibilities of a separately elected constitutional. But the legislature can do that.
Legislature
And so shouldn't we be hearing from the treasurer about how to do that as opposed to doing the reorg?
I still think this is the first step.
Pardon me?
I still think this is the first step.
But
And then I think
just focus on, we're trying to figure out an alternative that's going to have a more dramatic effect on something the state has, not hegemony, but they have a greater degree of control, affordable housing. And the two entities, no matter how they claim they're cooperating, they're different entities, different bureaucracies, different metrics. Why shouldn't they be together, and shouldn't we be hearing about that? Because that seems like could be done faster with more effect than a pretty complicated reorg that the chart that we got shows implementation. I read this as 2027.
Yeah, I agree with Sarah. I think those are great questions for the commission to ask. I don't know if the commission has the ability to convene a subsequent hearing on this separate topic. I think it cannot fall within the narrow constraints of this reorg proposal for constitutional reasons. But I do think, again, I think what we have to look at in this proposal is, have you built a vessel, a container that will work with a future reorganization in that level? And I think the answer here is yes. So if you want to keep that option open and make that option credible,
Well,
you start.
to use your analogy, we've got two ships that are supposed to be carrying us as a state to a better outcome in affordable housing. And maybe there's a crew member who goes from one ship to the other every other day. They're not united, they're not tied together, they don't necessarily have the same speed, coordination. Putting them together, it seems like that would be a game worth the candle. That's my only point.
I guess I would also offer that if you think about sort of the footprint that we're talking about, the team under the governor's office within this committee, I'm guessing it's 10x the number of staff that are on the treasurer side administering their programs. I think there is a logic to sort of working, getting that resolved and figured out, because it will represent the substantial bulk of all the staff who do housing work across the totality of the state.
Yeah, let me, yeah, and I'll get to you, and then we'll go to Commissioner Miller. But I think, maybe we're using the wrong term. We talk about this container where things are supposed to happen. It's really an arena, because what you're talking about is taking something away from somebody and putting it somewhere else. That's why we talk about doing it incrementally and step by step, so that we can do it politely and with courtesy and figuring out, like, where all the snakes are. But what you're really talking about is two folks in an arena beating the crap out of each other to see who loses what.
This is a very violent movie you're describing.
Yeah, yeah. Mr. Weinberger, and then I'll go, and then Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to briefly build on that discussion, I would also note that the legislative avenue isn't necessarily the only avenue for exploring how to better align the work of the Tax Credit Allocation Committee and the Debt Limit Allocation Committee, and that the program that we mentioned in our piece, Cali Chef's Mixed Income Program, is an example of a current program that, through a single application, does provide access to both the hard financing, the tax credits, and the bond financing under those three different layers of the capital stack. And so that's I'm simply bringing that to the attention that that's a program that was worked out through interagency engagement, didn't require the structural change, and maybe another model to look at.
If I may, that program did require legislative action to bind a portion of the volume cap. And I do think that is a possible alternative for how you could functionally merge all of these programs. But the problem is you heard HD has 20-some programs. If you were to go in and sort of say, we're going to bind an increment of the volume cap, you would get all kinds of odd, perverse incentives, because you would have then reserved pieces of funding, which wouldn't, it's a theoretically doable thing. I don't know that it's I guess I would call it a clunky alternative, but one worth considering if there are no other better options available.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. Just on the mixed income program, I do, Mr. Metcalf, think it's a good example, in part because it's not bound by the legislation. It's recommended by the legislation. It's not unlike the UC regions. So I think there are ways in which it's an example. If we were to create a queuing system, again, this is for a future hearing, but I do think that if in fact we cannot combine two of the most significant funding streams with a reorg, it is worth asking and having them come back as to how those programs can better coordinate and collaborate, even in this incremental model. So I do, and Mr. Weinberger, I think, obviously you're modest given the incredible leadership you've had in the state for a very long time, including on realignment. But you make a really interesting point just about the restructuring and the relationship between administrative structure and program delivery. Do you have, this is on page 189 of our consolidated packet, do you have suggestions of metrics, for example, if the commission were to consider kind of an annual report on a reorg, what and how could we do a better job as a state measuring program outcomes as we look at the metrics of agencies? Do you have, I know you did some of this work in like 2000, 5, as I recall, maybe even longer ago. But any suggestions or thoughts on how we could better coordinate?
What I will say is the focus of our issue brief was much narrower than a comprehensive evaluation of this reorg proposal. And I think that the proposal has implications. Clearly, we didn't even look in our piece at the business consumer services side of things. And there are substantial housing issues raised by it that we didn't attempt to address. So I'm hesitant to, off the top of my head, come up with metrics for a proposal that has a much broader reach than what we looked at just in terms of housing finance agencies. I think the discussion that happened in the first panel points to some of the metrics that people are interested in. I mean, the bottom line is people are interested in getting more affordable units built. I have a daughter who's graduating from college in a couple weeks and wants to move back to the state, and that's a real issue for real people. And where are the where are the units? So I think we could come up with some tangible numbers that were probably discussed in the first panel, specifically around our effectiveness in financing the affordable housing segment of what you heard was the larger statewide goal. But I wouldn't, off the top of my head, I wouldn't attempt to come up with metrics evaluating the overall proposal.
Thank you. I do think you make a good point just about program delivery in general. And if in fact we eventually want to measure that, I think it's a great point.
Thank you. Let me turn to the commissioners. Any other questions or comments of this panel? Okay, I want to thank all of you. You know, my description probably, I mean, I saw Gladiator 2, so that might have something to do with why I phrased it that way. But thank you all. And once again, I'm always impressed with the level of expertise and competence that you have demonstrated and your commitment to good government and the people of California. Thank you so very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we will then break for lunch. We've gone a little bit long, so we'll reconvene at 12:40. For members of the public, we'll reconvene at 12:40. Commissioners, there's a lunch across the hall, through that door and across the hall for you. A reminder, gentle reminder, we're out of session, so no discussion of the plan or the commission, please. And members of the public, there's a cafeteria across the atrium. We'll reconvene at 12:40. I has to leave. I don't know about.
Both of them.
I sent him a picture.
This is why I was trying to get him back down. Okay, we're running.
All right.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're reconvening the Little Hoover Commission meeting. And I think it's important for the commissioners to know that these two witnesses must leave. They're going to walk out of the room at 1:30 because they're scheduled to testify before a budget subcommittee. So that is an absolute hard 1:30. So I think we're ready to proceed.
We are, Mr. Chairman. This panel is Mark Stivers, Senior Director of Advocacy at the California Housing Partnership Corporation, and Marina Espinoza, Policy Director at the California Housing Consortium. Mr. Stivers.
Make sure your mic's on. Green light.
There we go. So Mark Stivers with the California Housing Partnership. Just a brief moment about the partnership. We are actually a state chartered nonprofit. We consider ourselves a think and do tank. So the thinking is the advocacy part that we are doing today and at the legislature. But the do part is that a number of staff who basically put the financing together for 200 different nonprofit affordable housing developments at any one point in time. So they are the ones that are using all the various state programs. They see what works, what doesn't work. And that's the basis of where we do our advocacy. So with that said, we at the partnership are very supportive of creating a homeless and housing agency. The idea that we would have a cabinet level secretary that could be purely focused on affordable housing, I think has great value to the field. Housing has always been an orphan in terms of where it fits in the agency structures. It's been with transportation, consumer services, various. And housing, I think we all can admit now, is one of the top issues facing California, and having a secretary that can be purely focused on that has great value. We also like the idea that a secretary focused on housing and the whole agency and the whole then administration that's under that agency can be more proactive, hopefully, in terms of developing housing policy, creating the alignment that we're all seeking to get, and to, making sure that we make more progress in meeting our state's housing needs. So we are very, very much in favor of having this agency as a standalone entity. We are also very appreciative of the fact that the committee is intended to provide greater transparency and public participation. That's something that has worked well at the TCAC level, where the regulations are adopted in kind of open meetings with give and take among commissioners. People understand where the committee members are coming from. Appeals are often handled at some point after a couple of staff levels, they can get to the committee. That's all done transparently. Everyone in the industry knows what's going on, what the rationale is for how the committee is deciding. And so we like that idea of this proposal as well. It's more transparency and more public participation. But what's probably beyond the purview of this proposal, and also beyond even maybe the Little Hoover Commission itself, is that we hope that this reorganization plan will be phase one of a multi-phase project. Our interest really has been from the development perspective of getting to what we call the one-stop shop. This idea that developers can get all the state affordable housing rental resources they need at one point through a single competition. Instead of spending years getting little pieces of the financing puzzle, you could go through a single competition. And that competition can be set up in many ways. It doesn't mean that we're only going to do one type of housing or whatnot. There can be all kinds of set-asides within that process, as there are now. But that one-stop shop has the ability to save a lot of money. We did a study a couple years ago, similar to what the Terner Center probably spoke about this morning, that was for each additional source that an affordable housing developer needs to seek, that adds $15,800 per door. And when you talk about, that's per source. So when you have 2 or 3 state sources in a development, we're talking up to almost $50,000 per door in additional cost. That is something that we would all want to save. We want to save the time, we want to save the money, and frankly, we want to save the headache. And from the state's perspective, you really want to save that effort that's going into 2 or 3 different staff people reviewing the same project at different points in time. We also think that as you look then to a one-stop shop, it really needs to include not just the programs that are under the agency's purview at HCD and CalHFA, but you really need to also think about how you build in the tax credits and the tax-exempt bonds that are currently within the treasurer's portfolio. And as you create a one-stop shop, we would recommend, and I think as you talk to most people in the development community, that you probably want to start with success. And we would build that program off the TCAC staff. The tax credits are the program that every single developer uses right now. That program has the most buy-in in terms of developer, input into sort of the regulations and whatnot. It is the staff that is probably the highest performing, not that others aren't performing well, but that is probably the highest performing. And so we think that you would want to start where you're strongest, right? And where it's the most broadest application. And so we would recommend that as you think beyond this proposal to the next phase of the process, that we build off TCAC. We're not suggesting at any point that there would be a merger of the various state housing agencies. That's a lot of time and effort. But what you can do is just kind of pool the staff, right? If you have, if all the resources are in a single competition, they remain separate resources. They're just being awarded through a common process. But you can have the staff at TCAC, at HCD, at SIDLAC, all just divvied up where they each are reviewing, a portion of the applications in the same way. And at the management level, you make sure that there's consistency across the reviewers. But there's no need to sort of merge the agencies per se. And there's very much limits on how you can merge. You can't really merge a lot of the resources, right? They remain independent. And then we would also point out that, I know politics gets involved, but at the Tax Credit Allocation Committee board, you actually have right now a representation of the treasurer and of the governor's office as well, right? So you have an area where not just at the staff level, but at the higher kind of governing board level, you have representation of various, basically the constitutional officers who are overseeing the programs that are involved. So bottom line is that at the end of the day, we all want the state to be really focused on reducing the cost of building affordable housing. A one-stop shop gets us, it will get us there eventually. This process creates more focus and more transparency. That's good. We're very supportive of the reorganization plan, but we would like to see the next step happen at some point in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez, before you begin.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Just to expand on the whole concept of kind of doubling up or reinvesting or augmenting the investments that we have at the treasurer's office. You talked about how that might be a good idea in terms of making sure as we look at this reorg plan that there's some equivalent augmentation in the treasurer's office.
Well, I don't know that we would need to augment the staff. I think we have good staff across the agencies, but the idea is that they would work they would all do the same job, right? There would be one competition, there would be one application. As those applications come in, you would just have a pool of staff from HCD, TCAC, SIDLAC, and you would divvy them up accordingly. But the staff can still sit in their seats at whatever agency they're at. I don't know that we need an additional staff. We're hoping that you think you could actually be more efficient because instead of, again, each agency reviewing the same application, now they're splitting up that work among the three of them.
Very good. Please. Ms. Espinoza.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm
excuse me.
sorry.
I had my hand up, but I want to ask you
Very
this
good.
question. That's all right. I'm assuming that you know a lot about the one-stop process. I mean, you've been studying it, you looked at it. Is there another large state that you can point to that has a successful program there that we could study that immediately? They have some big issues too, but they were able to do it within this time frame, be it a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it was. Can you give us any kind of information
Yeah,
on that?
I would say the best one that we found is the state of Minnesota. And so, they're not dealing with different constitutional officers as we are in California. So there's nothing that's perfectly analogous, but I think as we looked, we found Minnesota to have the model that we would most like to emulate. And it's been a little while since I studied their system, so I can't go back and tell you the details of that today, but I can get back to you on that.
Our staff can look at that one too. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Stivers, I don't know that everyone knows your background in running TCAC and SIDLAC and because it's such a Byzantine process. Could you just talk a little bit about the capital stack and why this queuing process, I'm calling it a queuing process, but can be more efficient, especially because we obviously can't mandate that the treasurer's boards are a part of this. So how, maybe what we can do without the participation of SIDLAC and TCAC to create greater efficiency, and then what we would do potentially in the longer term with them. And if you could just spend like 2 seconds on what the capital stack is to build
Yeah.
affordable housing and how important that
Okay.
is, I actually think that would be super helpful.
Happy to. So, and just as background, I was the director of the tax credit committee for years, but I also worked at the Department of Housing for a year, overseeing their housing finance programs. There are a couple people in the room who have similar multi-agency background, but I've seen it from various sides. To the capital stack question. So in every development, the rents can support, or most developments, the rents can support some amount of a mortgage. Let's say it's 20% of the cost of construction. That means 80% you got to find from some other source, so public source essentially. The tax credits are always the lion's share of that financing. They can be from 40 to 60% of the cost. But add all that up, you're still, even in the best scenario, you're still have about 20% that you need to finance. That's where we call soft loans come in. This is what HCD provides. This is what the mixed income housing program at Calitate provides. This is what a lot of local governments provide. You can get that soft source from various places, and it might be a combination of all of them, which is the most time consuming, but that might be how you do it. So, but tax credits are the basic building block on which we finance just about all affordable housing development today. It doesn't have to be that way, but if you don't use the tax credits, you have to put in a lot more public money, which is why we always like to use the tax credits. So is that sufficient for what you were looking for, Ms. Miller, on that piece? Before I go to the last part of your question?
I think so. I just think it's really, and then the other piece that's really important is could you just talk a little bit about the debt limit allocation committee and the tax exempt financing piece?
Yeah, so tax credits are the main building block, and there are two types under federal law. There are also some state credits, but they are a small portion of the pot, and they're just kind of added into the mix. But the lion's share of federal credits, the 9% credits, as we call them, and don't worry about the numbers, those are, you just go straight for the 9% credits. To get the 4% credits, which is the bigger program, it's really about $3 billion or $3 or $4 billion a year in California. This is where the most resources are. To get those, you actually need to apply to SIDLAC for private activity bonds to be able to issue tax exempt debt. And it's not that anybody really needs the tax exempt debt. It has marginal value because it's tax exempt. But what they really want, that's the gateway under federal law to get the 4% credits. You don't get the 4% credits unless you get those bonds. And so while the 4% credits, they're not competitive per se, the debt limit allocation process is competitive. And so you end up competing either in the 9% program or you compete for bonds in what we call the 4% program. That's a little bit how that. Good. And then to I think, as I recall, the last piece of your question, again, I don't think through the Little Hoover Commission or through the reorganization plan where you're limited to, entities within the governor's administration, we can really get to this coordination directly, but between the treasurer's office and the administration. But I mean, we had always thought like you could probably do a one-stop shop even with an MOU at some point. I mean, it would be better to have a little bit more structure and a little bit more formality to it. But if you just all the parties agreed that they would administer their various resources through the tax credit process, you could do that. Now, you may need to have some cleanup legislation to make sure that all works. But I mean, in theory, again, you don't need to merge the agencies. You don't need to necessarily create anything new, but you could just bring all the resources into that boat.
Good. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Ms. Espinoza.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Marina Espinoza, and I'm the Policy Director for the California Housing Consortium. And CHC advocates for the production and preservation of housing affordable to low and moderate income people. And I'm here to express our support for the concept of creating a new housing and homelessness agency, with the caveat that a new agency alone will not automatically solve the core issues within the state's housing programs. And first, what I'll do is I'll lay out some of the benefits that we see from the proposal, and then I'll share a few suggestions for your consideration. As you all know, California is in a housing crisis. There's a shortage of approximately 1.2 million affordable homes to low-income people, and it's top of mind to California residents. And the governor's proposal to create a new agency gives us an opportunity to take a close look at the state's housing programs and to identify areas for improvement. And we see this proposal as the first step in working toward the change necessary to transform the way the state's housing programs are administered. We consider the state an important partner, and we're very pleased about the possibility of having a dedicated cabinet level agency secretary exclusively focused on housing and homelessness. The state must be laser focused on producing more affordable homes, and an agency secretary will ensure that housing receives the attention it deserves within state government. An agency secretary can also lead a complete revamp of the housing delivery system into one that is efficient, transparent, and focused on production. With the right leadership and direction, a new agency has the potential to establish the structure needed to improve the state's housing programs and to promote a meaningful culture shift within the state's housing entities. Under the existing system, developers experience various challenges with the state's housing programs, including project delays, a lack of transparency, and punitive actions. We believe that a new agency can foster a culture change that prioritizes good customer service and promotes collaboration, transparency, innovation, predictability to ensure that the state's housing programs run smoothly. We are also supportive of the proposed Housing Development and Finance Committee, which can help provide a layer of transparency and accountability by giving stakeholders a forum to offer public input and to appeal program decisions. The proposed committee can help coordinate the timing of program awards and provide for more predictable and efficient financing. While the new agency will create the structure needed to improve the state's housing programs, I have a few suggestions for your consideration as you contemplate this proposal. First, I would like to note that this effort will not be free of cost. Funding will be necessary in order for this to be successful. In order for the culture shift I mentioned earlier to occur, the new agency must be adequately resourced to invest in staff development and to retrain staff to be solutions focused. In addition to that, this proposal will only be worthwhile if the state makes meaningful investments in its affordable housing programs. A report released by the California Housing Partnership found that the state is currently only funding 15% of what it needs to meet its goals. However, the governor's January budget proposal did not include any funding for affordable housing or homelessness programs. There are approximately 45,000 shovel-ready affordable units that need funding to begin construction, and the state needs to invest in its housing programs in order to make a dent in addressing the housing crisis. The second point I would like to highlight is that the implementation phase of this proposal will be critical to its success, and it should include meaningful stakeholder engagement. The administration cannot transform the way the state's housing programs work in a silo. And it is critical that industry experts and other stakeholders have opportunities to provide feedback and to identify what needs to be done to improve the state's housing programs. Finally, as I noted previously, the proposed committee has the potential to provide a layer of transparency that currently does not exist for several of the state's housing programs. However, we suggest closely evaluating the composition of the committee and considering whether its makeup makes sense. With strong leadership and adequate resources, this proposal presents the state and its partners with the opportunity to revamp the way the state's housing programs work and to focus on the production of affordable housing. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Commissioner Hernandez, followed by Vice Chair Canella.
Thank you. Before you go, we always talk about metrics. Do you have recommendations on how to evaluate the success of the new reorg? Benchmarks, your 1, your 2 numbers, looking at how, when you streamline, what's the cost savings?
That's a great question. And I would say that, yes, looking at the cost savings for projects, but also I think that the larger goal here should be that the state should focus on the production of more affordable housing. And it can also be measured by how many more units are produced.
It's hard to do this, but ultimately you want to look at the time it's taking for projects to get through the various state programs. Now, part of that's just because there's oversubscribed and not everybody can win. But even if you just look at the projects that did win, how long did it take them to get through the process?
Very good. Vice Chair Canella.
Yes, great presentation. Thank you so much for being here. It's great to hear a different perspective. So you mentioned that, and I don't remember exactly how you said it, but basically we're covering about 15% of the needed affordable houses, you know, for people. So let's say this reorganization goes through and it's the most streamlined, most efficient, you know, operation ever seen in government. Would it still only fund 15% of the houses, or is the funding the most important, or what are the most important components of all this?
Yes, that 15% is based on, it includes the state investment that has been made in in previous years. In order for that to be increased, we would need additional funding for the programs under the Tax Credit Allocation Committee and also under the programs covered by this proposal.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's very streamlined. We can get it approved in a week. It's still only 15%, right? Just will be less paying for the applicants. Is that
Well,
correct?
I mean, go back to that $50,000 per unit number that I cited. I mean, if we can get rid of that $50,000, we can build some more units, but it's going to be fairly marginal and going from, you know, we're going to get from 15 to 16 or 17%, right? If you want to get to 20% or 30 or 50 or 100%, that requires a lot more state investment, period.
So that's dollars, which is hard, especially right now. It's hard to get. But do you feel with this reorganization, you at least have an audience to explain the problems so that possibly it could get, you know, taken up by the legislature? Is that the hope?
Well, I think we feel that the legislature and the folks who work on housing within the administration are well aware of this dynamic.
Okay,
I mean,
so-
where you find the money is a different question, but I think we have good champions and people who understand these issues at HCD, at the agency, at the treasurer's office, in the legislature. There's a real will there. It just is, there's a lot of competing interests, as you remember from your time in the Senate.
Yeah, thank you.
The Commissioner Aaroner and then Garcetti. I saw you that time.
So this 45,000 shovel ready, first of all, what's that mean? And then what's the value of that? Are we talking about billions of dollars? I mean, how much will those 45,000 get us? Not, even though it's still not a lot, meaning.
Sure.
But you're saying that they're actually ready, right? If we could fund them, they would start building.
Exactly, yes. And I'll turn it over to my colleague here shortly since he was engaged in some of that research. But yes,
Okay.
it means that they need funding to begin construction.
Okay, and are they all over the state?
Yes.
Okay. So what does 45,000
Well,
cost?
we right now build about 15 to 20,000 affordable homes per year. So we have basically almost a 3-year supply of homes that are entitled. So they have all the local
Right.
government permits they need. They just need the financing. They would start construction within 180 days of getting that financing.
okay.
What is that in terms of a number? I mean, I can't do that math right off the top of my head, but it's in the billions. Let's say that it's in the billions.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to all be state resources. I mean, one of the things we're working on at the federal level is to effectively double the amount of these 4% federal tax credits that we were talking about. And it's a bipartisan measure. We might get it, but we were 1 vote short the last 2 sessions. And, you know, we'll see what happens this session. There's a lot of uncertainty. So, but it doesn't have to all be state, but we are talking in the billions of dollars. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Garcetti.
Espinoza, I want to be sure that I understand you correctly. I think I do, but are you saying that your organization is in favor of it if, big if, there's adequate funding? If there's not adequate funding, why waste the time, the money for the reorganization? Is that what you're saying?
We are supportive of the concept, and its success will largely be dependent on how it's implemented, and the implementation requires funding for the agency itself and for the programs that will be administered by the agency.
All right, so you have your speaking points and sticking to them. Okay. Mr. Espinoza, I'm sorry, Mr. Stivers, is that your opinion too? Unless we get adequate funding, whatever that is, and we're talking
I
about
think we are
millions,
more
if not
qualified.
billions.
Yeah, I
Pardon
think
me?
we are more qualified and support that creating a housing agency,
Yes.
period, is just a good thing, period, regardless of anything else. In terms of having more transparency and more public participation into administration programs, that is also an unqualified just support. So,
Okay.
I mean, yes, we would like to see the other things that Ms. Espinoza mentioned, but I think we are the unqualified support on those 2 elements
Okay.
of the
Thank you.
proposal.
Any other questions, comments by commissioners? Because I know you guys got to get over to the
Well,
Capitol.
thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank
Very helpful.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll call up the next panel of witnesses. On the next panel, 2 of the witnesses will be joining us in the room and 1 will be joining us online and testifying remotely. Joining us in the room, if they can come up, are Chione Flegal, who is the Executive Director of Housing California, and Louis Brown Jr., who is the Senior Policy Manager for California State Policy for the Corporation for Supportive Housing. Joining us online will be Zinat Hassan, who is Senior Attorney in the Civil Rights Practice Group at Disability Rights California. So I would suggest that we start with Ms. Flegal and Mr. Brown in the room and then move on to Ms. Hassan.
Somebody needs to keep Mr. Hernandez in check.
Did you purposely
Have a
choose
long
people I
history.
know in every single panel?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Chione Flegal. I'm the Executive Director of Housing California. I'd like to first extend gratitude to you all for allowing us to share our perspective on the governor's plan to establish the California Housing and Homelessness Agency. For nearly 50 years, Housing California has pursued state-level systems and policy changes to grow the supply of affordable homes, solve homelessness, and protect low-income renters. To accomplish this, we work with a broad and diverse set of stakeholders, ranging from affordable housing developers, housing service providers, homeless service providers, housing justice advocates, and people with firsthand experience of navigating the affordable housing and homelessness systems that the state's operating. We strongly support the creation of the California Housing and Homelessness Agency because we believe that a dedicated focus or a dedicated agency would bring focus, accountability, and deepen the state's pursuit of a truly coordinated system of care, something we're sorely lacking right now. This shift has the potential to focus the state's efforts and accelerate the pace of delivering affordable homes and supportive services to millions of Californians struggling to make ends meet. Housing California right now is working on updating something called Roadmap Home, a comprehensive policy platform we released in 2020. At that time, the Roadmap's goals was to present a bold 10-year plan to create the future we want for California by building 1.2 million new homes, protecting 1 million struggling renter households who are at risk of facing eviction, solving homelessness, and addressing the deep and persistent racial and economic inequities that we see in our housing system here in California. Over the last 9 months, we've engaged hundreds of experts, ranging from the people who actually produce affordable housing to the people who are providing the services and the individuals who actually live in and receive the services that we're funding and providing. As part of that process, we've been asking our partners to take stock of where we are, assess the progress that we're making and what's contributing to that success, and identifying the challenges and solutions necessary to accomplish our housing goals. What has surfaced over and over from our partners working in all aspects of the housing ecosystem is a clear need for increased state capacity and leadership along the full continuum of governance functions, starting with affordable housing finance, something the last panel spoke to. Many of their comments are deeply resonant with what came up in our conversations with the field, all the way to the way housing is regulated and how services are delivered. What we've heard over and over again is that to get and keep Californians into homes that they can afford, we need to be focusing and activating state leadership in a much bigger and more deliberate way than we're currently doing. Over the last several years, we've seen service providers, local governments, and housing providers step up their game. The state has made a series of significant investments in housing, has ramped up enforcement in several key areas, and has passed a host of policies that force local governments to allow more and faster housing development. This has translated into significant progress, both in the amount of homes we are producing and the number of people we're moving through our coordinated service systems. We should celebrate this progress, but we are still not keeping pace with the scale and persistence of the growing need Californians are facing. Our field remains challenged with often duplicative, siloed, and even contradictory state funding processes that slow down our ability to deliver programs, affordable housing units, and the like. A lack of coordination between state agencies and programs that impact housing and homelessness, and a culture that too often feels adversarial between state housing agencies and the local governments and housing and service providers with whom they work is stymieing our progress. We need state leadership that is singularly focused on creating the enabling conditions and providing the support necessary to radically scale our housing work. The governor's plan to establish a new agency, if implemented to its intent, could solve some of the issues we face. For example, currently a single project may require multiple funding applications. Our partners talked about this. I'm not going to go into great depth about it. We believe that by creating a streamlined application process and a centralized governance structure for affordable housing finance, we could save significant resources for developers as well as time, which leads to money, something others have already talked about. Similarly, we have heard repeatedly from our developer members that the current systems of accountability are overly burdensome and redundant and require them to dedicate significant staff and financial resources to preparing compliance reports, often with similar information, for each funding entity that they interact with. They rightfully point out that having a more streamlined system for compliance would allow them to redeploy limited and incredibly valuable human and capital resources from completing what's essentially busy work, paperwork, the same paperwork over and over, to jobs that actually support the construction and service provision connected to our housing. Another area that we believe, and again, others have spoken to this, it will be critical to the success of this new agency, is to expand its authority to coordinate state housing and homelessness programs. The proposal recognizes this and reinforces the critical role of the California Interagency Council on Homelessness to further coordinate these services across the state. We believe the council is well positioned to deepen coordination across the 14 state agencies and departments currently represented with the current ICH model, so that homelessness programs are efficiently implemented and coordinated with various housing, production, and service programs. The proposal also calls for deeper coordination with Health and Human Services. As this process moves forward, this is an area where we would really want to make sure that we continue to pair affordable housing development with the critical tenancy sustaining and behavioral health services that are essentially to addressing our current homelessness crisis and stabilizing tenants in their housing. So that coordination piece is really important for the success from where we're sitting. Finally, I want to emphasize the importance of clear, transparent processes that engage the deep expertise of our field. We know that the folks who are financing, building, operating, providing services, and the people who are actually seeking services and who shoulder the burden of navigating our overly complex housing and homelessness system have expertise that's crucial to how we actually govern our housing system, and want to see a process that lets them participate. Through the establishment of this new agency, we can see a path to model transparent participatory state leadership grounded in real world experience, and we're eager to work with the administration to actually bring this to fruition.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Yeah, that could be you.
Ms. Flegal, good seeing you. Roadmap is amazing. I think it's a 2030 vision, or I can't remember, all encompassing, but central to that is you have metrics, you have measurements. So I know we've been talking about this is an amazing narrative in terms of where we want to go in terms of the reorg, but can you provide some recommendations on metrics in terms of benchmarks for making sure that we are successful?
Some of the things the prior panel spoke to, I think really are important to us too. So how quickly we're moving applications through the process, how much we are saving for developers as they're going through the construction process. I would say there's a whole side to think about on the compliance side where we've actually streamlined and minimized duplicative work for applicants. And then I think there are a couple that are a little harder to get into, but I think there's some real culture change that needs to shift. Our members want to be in partnership with the state to solve this problem, and often feel like the current culture is simply of compliance. And I think want to be in dialogue and in relationship with the agency to actually help have a shared goal that they can move to. I don't have a specific metric for how you measure that, but I think it's an important thing that we think about. It'll be crucial to the success of the work over the long haul.
Great. And then probably not now, but if you can also expand on the health and human service component. I think that the earlier panel also said they're going to expand on it. And it's something that we look at. But one question that That's what I'll ask you. In your roadmap, you have the whole spectrum. You have from shelters to home ownership. We haven't really been talking about home ownership, but how do we make sure that this reorg also pays attention to the Cal Home programs, other programs, and that home ownership is something that is also seen as a outcome that we want?
I mean, I think there's a full spectrum, and a new agency provides us an opportunity to think about the many ways housing touches people's lives. So we have members who bring up home ownership, that they want to see a more robust focus on how we actually promote homeownership with families that we think of as not having a path to homeownership, but who they work with and can actually, with support, create some pathways. We also hear from our tenant advocate partners that the state really doesn't currently have a function to think about how the rental market is working, who it's working for, where it's not working, how the state intervenes to actually solve the problems. We're not quite, but almost the majority renter state at this point. And renters have largely been outside of the scope of the state's housing focus beyond setting a statewide rent cap. So those partners who are kind of sitting in our big tent see some opportunity here to grow some state focus around renter needs and how we support low-income renters in California.
Yeah, Commissioner Aaroner.
I want to follow up on that because there are different kinds of arrangements for housing, right? There are, well, I'm trying to think what we did. Oh, shoot, it's the one where low-income people can come in, they can buy, but when a limited equity co-op. That's one of them. So are there different models that you are looking at as well? Because it can't just be I'm a homeowner,
right?
I'm low-income homeowner, right? And or I'm a renter. There must be many things in between. And is as a continuum, right? Is the current agency actually acknowledging those and also figuring out ways to fund those? Because some of them actually could be much more viable for low-income families.
I think the current agency is doing some work there. You may be familiar with a bill that was passed 2 years ago now, maybe SB 555, which really charged the agency with looking at how we grow our supply of social housing, which is a more, there are lots of definitions for
Co-housing
it,
also.
but it includes co-housing, it includes co-ops, it includes public housing, it includes nonprofit affordable housing. So the agency is currently working with the folks at the Terner Center to support a process to undertake that research. We are on the advisory committee. I'm sure other people in the room are as well. And it's certainly something that's important to our members.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brown, if you would be so kind.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon to the chair and members of the commission. My name is Louis Brown, Jr., and I'm a senior policy manager at the Corporation for Supportive Housing. CSH is a national nonprofit organization and community development financial institution working to end homelessness. We advocate for evidence-based solutions to homelessness, offer training and technical assistance, and provide lending for the development of permanent supportive housing, which pairs deeply affordable housing with access to supportive services like mental health treatment, employment support, and other services that help people maintain their housing. On behalf of CSH, I'd like to express strong support for the governor's reorganization plan. We believe the plan could lead to a less siloed approach to addressing our homelessness and housing unaffordability crisis. It will also reduce complexity, as others have said, in the financing and development of affordable and supportive housing. Under our current financing system, supportive housing developers must cobble together funding from multiple sources that often have different applications, deadlines and reporting requirements. Complying with the varying parameters and timelines leads to high administrative burden, delays, and extra costs. The new housing development finance committees mandate to align program requirements across developer-facing finance programs and to create a single application for affordable housing programs could lessen that administrative burden supportive housing developers face and bring efficiency to the process for financing supportive housing.
Finally, we support the plan because we appreciate that the creation of a cabinet level agency and position explicitly focused on homelessness enhances the importance of the issue for our state government and ensures it will remain a priority for future administrations. While the reorganization plan represents a vast improvement over what we have now, we would have liked to have seen more in the plan regarding the coordination of homeless services and housing, affordable housing. There's more that could be done to advance the plan's goals related to homelessness. The primary mission of the new California Housing and Homelessness Agency will be to, quote, coordinate all existing housing and homelessness efforts, end quote. Yet many homelessness programs may not fall within the agency's jurisdiction as they are overseen by entities that will not be included in the agency. To better align and coordinate the state's homelessness efforts, at least some programs overseen by other departments and other agencies should be transferred to CHHA. The legislature and governor should work together to identify programs that are appropriate for transfer. In addition, as it does with respect to affordable housing programs, the plan should include a goal of aligning reporting, provider, and application requirements, as well as creating a single application for homelessness program. This will further the plan's objectives related to streamlining. Finally, in the future, we'd like to see the agency foster coordination, the coordination of capital and services funding for supportive housing between local and state governments and across state departments. Thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts on the governor's reorganization plan. We commend the governor for putting it forward. We think it's a good first step in improving the implementation of our housing and homelessness programs.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcetti.
Mr. Brown, thank you for being here and being patient with us. We'll go through all this. Question for you. You indicated disappointment in that the request for reorganization did not include some items involving the homeless. Can you be more specific as to what you think is missing?
Right. So I think a couple of things. So to be fair, as I mentioned, there are homelessness programs that live sort of outside of, will live outside of the agencies that are included, the departments that are included in the agency or specified for inclusion. And so we would like to see, we would have liked to have seen, sorry, to be fair, there's not a lot of, the plan does not identify a laundry list of programs that will be included in the new agency. But we think it's important to make sure that at least some of those homelessness programs are included so that when the new agency is thinking about, okay, how do we pair housing and services, it has a full sense of what is available in terms of resources for rental assistance and services to pair with housing. So we'd love to see some specifics on additional homelessness programs that could be included in the agency. We'd also love to see, so as I mentioned, the Housing Development and Finance Committee has a specific mandate to develop a single application for affordable housing programs and also to coordinate and align affordable housing programs across the state. We love to see something similar for homelessness programs. So, for example, in the state of Washington, there's an initiative called Apple Homes and Health Initiative, where individuals submit a single application and they can get qualified for a housing unit, for rental assistance, and for services. We think that that's the type of goal we should be working towards with this new agency. And so we love to see some sort of mandate with a nod toward accomplishing something like that in the future.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Mr. Lewis, good to see you in California. I thought you left like Nevada, a place that doesn't have any taxes or something like that. The question was just that. I think that your organization has a unique perspective in terms of the whole encompassing aspect of dealing with homelessness. So probably if you can submit further testimony, really talking about the specific services you'd like to see aligned. I don't know if transfer might be possible because there's mental health, there's other issues, health and human services. but I think something more than just a council. I think that was what was described to us earlier. Something a little more solid and tangible with actually results. And the same question, if we are looking at metrics and benchmarks, what are some of the metrics you'd like to see in a successful homelessness program within the new reorg?
So I would also like to echo my colleague Chione and Mark, the other panel, in terms of some of the metrics. I think the number of affordable housing units we're producing, specifically the number of deeply affordable housing units we're producing, the timeline for getting those units to the market, those are important. I also think trying to, looking at the degree to which we are making it easy for developers of supportive housing to also provide the services that needs to be provided for supportive housing is important. In terms of how you measure that, I'm not quite sure, but maybe, number of staff that they have who are qualified, the amount of dollars that are available for services, how easily it is for developers to tap into that funding as well. I think that's all important.
Can I add something to that? I think we work with, as I said, residents who live in affordable housing. Many of our residents have been unhoused before, and one of the primary complaints they have is how inefficient it is to access services, that they're applying for everything in a singular way. So I think there's some metric around the end user's experience of actually applying for and receiving services. If we can shorten those timelines, if we can make them apply for fewer things or in more singular ways, that would be a significant step forward for those folks we're trying to serve.
Commissioner Erner?
So I'm thinking about the public's perception of what's going on, right? The public looks at headlines every day in their local newspapers that says the number of people who are homeless is such and such, right? It hasn't gone down, it's only going up. What's going on here, right? I'm thinking about Los Angeles, right, when Mayor Bass came in, right? And I mean, and the county of LA also spending incredible amounts of money moving people into housing, thousands of people into housing. And yet when you go to downtown LA, it looks no different than what it looked like before this all happened. And that's what the public sees, right? What do we do? Because if we're talking about metrics, right, the final metric for the public is fewer people on the streets. There's just no doubt about it, right? But that doesn't seem to be happening. I kind of joke, but I don't think it's a joke. We have a climate that is more acceptable than most other states in this country, right, for someone to be able to live on the street. That's a terrible statement to make, but it is a reality. They're not sleeping in snow. They're not living through a hurricane or a typhoon, at least not yet. Who knows with climate change what's going to happen, right? But I'm trying to figure out how we can approach this as well. How does the new agency look at the public's perception, right? Because the public is tired, right? Is tired of stepping over bodies, as they will say, right? They're tired of seeing people dying on the streets for whatever reason, because it's not just necessarily that they are homeless. It might be something else. You never know what comes first, right? The chicken or the egg. But how do we handle this perception issue? Because it affects voters. It affects people who are speaking with their votes as to what they're willing to pay for and what they're not willing to pay for through taxes and things like that. I'm just wondering, does anybody have any ideas about what do we do about this public perception, which is a reality to many people in the communities where they live?
I can start. I can start and you can finish. So I mean, I think there's a couple of things. I think we need to. I think as you alluded to, I mean, it appears that nothing positive has happened, but there are positive things happening. And I think we need to talk about some of that. So we are serving more people than ever before. We're housing more people than ever before, but we also have this influx of people who are falling into homelessness. But I think we have to level with people and tell that whole story. And I think talk about some of the positives. Obviously, every time you walk out in your community and you're seeing people who are unhoused, that kind of reinforces the negative story, but I do think we have to be willing to engage with the positive story. Second, I think it's important that we make sure that And I think the new agency is, at least the plan speaks to this, making sure that we create a continuum of housing supports. So, getting people into shelters, obviously shelters don't solve homelessness, but then getting people into permanent housing, getting people into rapid rehousing when they need it. And so these are things that we all know, but making sure that that continuum is sound and we're figuring out how to move people from place to place. I think finally, and just to go back to what the previous panel talked about, there's no way to really solve this unless we talk about funding, right? So reorganizing alone won't solve the issue. We need ongoing funding, every year funding that we can count on at the level that we need it, and we need to invest that in building more deeply affordable housing for people. And then obviously providing services so that we can get people to stand, get people the support they need in order to gain employment and eventually move on out of the supported housing. So I know that that's not totally satisfactory because it's sort of outside the sort of the ambit of what the agency is supposed to do, but I think those are three things that we should be.
Thank you. Were you going to add?
I would say, we did some listening with voters last year as part of a project that I'm connected to, and what they said is it's too complex. The system is too complex. The problem is really complex. We don't know how to solve it. And we're not showing the way. That is a place where I think the state can show leadership, having an agency that, bringing it back to the conversation today, having an agency that's really charged with owning that problem in a singular way is an opportunity to make that happen. As Louis said, the money alone doesn't fix the problem and governance alone doesn't fix the problem, that those two things really need to work together. And our members on all sides would argue that we need these things. We need to be pushing the state to step up its game in both of these arenas.
Great. Good. Thank you. Next witness, please.
Ms. Hassan, we'll take your testimony now. You can go ahead and begin, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for the invitation to speak today. In advance of today's hearing, I've submitted some written testimony that I hope was helpful for understanding how the governor's plan may impact people with disabilities, particularly those who are unhoused or unstably housed. For today, I want to give you my bottom line reaction to the governor's plan, and that would be I'm underwhelmed but not opposed, and here's why. When I heard there was going to be a reorganization of state housing agencies, I was excited that this could be an opportunity to break through some of the institutional inertia that makes systemic change difficult. In my experience advocating directly with state housing agencies, a common problem I encounter is that staff are often very empathetic to the problems. They know what the fix needs to be. They want to make changes, but they can't because no person has the authority to make big changes all on their own. And getting even small changes made can take a really long time because they have to go through multiple layers of bureaucracy to get approval. Those requests compete with other priorities. And of course, every change you make to a system impacts all the other pieces of the system that interact with that one piece you're trying to change. And then on top of all of that, when an agency is short-staffed and underfunded, it has a real impact on the volume of work that staff can do, the speed at which they can work, and sometimes, unfortunately, the quality of work that they're able to produce. And so in my mind, a reorganization is an opportunity to break through all of those roadblocks and make some big changes in a relatively short period of time. And that is why when I reviewed the plan, I was a little bit disappointed. I just didn't see anything in the plan that felt responsive to the issues tenant advocates have been raising to state agencies for so many years. And I've included some examples of those in my written testimony. But having said that, I'm not opposed to the reorganization because I don't see it as being in conflict with what tenants and unhoused people need. Rather, I think we can view it as a plan in progress. The big piece that I think is missing is an analytical framework based on anti-discrimination principles. And that is where AFFH and Government Code 11135 come in, which are two state anti-discrimination laws that I discussed in my written testimony. those laws, the reason I think those laws are absolutely critical to equitable housing and land use practices is because when you don't have that anti-discrimination framework, we risk building and building and building more housing without really thinking about what we are building, where we are building it, for whom we are building it, and who we are displacing when we build it. And if we're not thinking about those things really critically, we risk replicating the same inequalities that brought us to where we are right now in our current housing and homelessness crisis. So I think it is possible that splitting BCSH into two separate agencies will allow for a housing-focused agency to engage in a deeper, more focused analysis on how to implement fair housing policy at a system level. And for that reason, my recommendation would be for the legislature to support the governor's plan, but to also enact legislation that addresses some of these structural and systemic barriers to fair housing choice that advocates and state agencies themselves have identified in so many of their housing policy plans. And I've included some examples of that in my written testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Turning to commissioners, any questions of this witness and her testimony? No. I don't see any questions, so you managed to stump us all. So I want to thank the panel for your participation and for bringing us this important information as we formulate and go through our decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as those witnesses leave, we'll ask the last witness for this afternoon to come up before we go to public comment. And that will be Susan Rodriguez, who is the chief negotiator for SEIU Local 1000. Of course, SEIU Local 1000 is the largest representative of state workers. Thank you for being here, Ms. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon.
Is your green light?
There it goes. Someone turned it off. Good afternoon, Chairperson Nava and fellow commissioners. My name is Susan Rodriguez. I'm the Chief Negotiator for SEIU Local 1000, which represents just under 100,000 civil servant workers in California. I'm also been a civil service worker for myself in the state of California for 23 years. And in my experience, one of the most persistent sources of confusion and sometimes frustration stems from not being consulted and kept in the loop when major changes take place that impact how we do our jobs. So I want to thank the Little Hoover Commission for inviting Local 1000 to share some brief thoughts about the current administration's plans to reorganize the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency. The state employees that we represent work at every level of the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency and its departments, commissions, boards, and committees. While we understand the idea of creating an agency that is dedicated to addressing California's housing crisis, while having another agency focused on protecting and supporting businesses and consumers across the state, at the same time, a cost estimate from an earlier version of the reorganization was pegged at $2.6 million annually, according to the governor's projections from 2019. While not exactly a budget buster, the scheduling of a major reorganization during a time of serious budgetary uncertainty does raise questions around administrative priorities in the near term. But more importantly, we're convinced that the successful implementation of a restructuring of an agency and its departments will require rank and file worker input. A successful reorganization will require a plan that goes beyond mission statements and organizational charts, but that also brings workers' voices along throughout the process. According to the Harvard Business Review study referenced in the Little Hoover Commission's background memo number 1, about 75% of government reorganizations assessed in the study delivered some benefits, but few actually delivered on planned objectives within the timeframes they established, about 13%. And some even hurt the organization's performance, 14%. The study said that the delays in implementation were often due to tech issues, active resistance to change by organizational leaders, and lastly, employees who actively resist change. I can say that the old stereotype of state workers being against innovation or change is just that, a stereotype. We are ready and willing to embrace a reorganization plan that includes us as partners throughout the process. A few years ago, Local 1000 worked with the administration to help implement a reorganization plan that divided the Board of Equalization into 3 different new departments, the largest being the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. That was a success, but only after Local 1000, the administration, and CalHR worked out how to establish productive ways to communicate and evaluate how the plan actually rolled out. We believe with the right timing and plan, the current reorganization also presents opportunities to improve the diverse delivery of services and support that Californians deserve from their government. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Questions or comments? Yeah, Ms. Sidley.
So are you supportive of it or I'm like not quite sure where, I mean, I'm just not quite sure what.
I think I think from a staff perspective or from a representative perspective, it's very hard to say that you're going to support something like that when you don't have the full plan fully fleshed out. I have gone through or I've seen a lot of reorgs or resettings of and moving employees from one department to another in my tenure as Unit 1 chair. I'm also that as well for the last 7 years. And it's hard to say in the beginning that, yeah, we support it. And then as you go through the process, it gets, as I was telling someone last week, sometimes it gets messy. And when it gets messy, it gets very hard to be supportive. And that's why we in part of our description is like, when you don't know the plan, you don't know what's happening, you don't know what the true goal is, and you don't have the worker input, it's very hard to be able to support something from the very beginning. So I would have to say that we are for efficiency. We are for making things easier for Californians to get the services they need and they so sorely need. Because we, as 100,000 workers that we represent, we are in every different kind of, health agencies. I do workers' comp. We're in all that. We want efficiency. We want that. It's just that, are we going to put the right amount into it? The plan that was presented that I read was very slim. So it's hard to say.
So let me.
Oh, good. I want to make sure
So let me push a little bit more.
Sure.
And say, what is it? Let's say hypothetically, what the plan is to, for the most part, move some of those current requirements just into another location, but the same number of people, sort of the same structure, but moving it so that it has its own box. And so we highlight housing and homelessness as an issue for the state. Let's say that's the plan. Is that good? Or what is necessary?
Again, based on the plan that we reviewed, we are not opposed to making it more efficient. I mean, if that's what needs to happen is to create, there's, as this plan says, there's one agency over each consumer versus housing. Fine. It's about how is that going to happen for our employees though? The people that are doing the work in that agency right now, that's going to get split. How does that look? Because this is saying that in next year or next year in 2026, that will disappear and then there'll be this. How does that look? The implementation timeline on this is very poor.
So when you say, how does that look? What does it need to look like? What are you looking for?
There needs to be some clarity as to like what they're going to be doing. Who's going to be moving where? Like if you have 39 employees in this one agency now, who's going to be going which direction, right?
So, but are you saying it needs to be seat by seat? I need to know.
No, not seat by seat.
Just to understand, what is it in order to get?
No, I understand.
To get you to be more comfortable. I'm trying to understand. Do you need to know, well, it's going to go, half the people are going to go to this building and half the people are going to go to this building. We intend to have IT set and ready to go. I'm trying to understand what it is that you need in order for SEIU to be comfortable with a reorg plan.
Right. Most definitely understanding all of those kind of details would be important. That's why we ask to be brought.
Or important.
Necessary and important, because it's also making sure that the employees that we work there, because they're not going to go to their supervisor first and have questions about what's going to happen to them. They come to SEIU Local 1000. If we're not part of that process in the beginning as to understanding how they're going to go, where they're going to go, then we can't answer those questions for them. And then they're going to get frustrated, and then they're going to get frustrated with the process. And then it's going to be more difficult for the folks that are trying to do the right thing and splitting this up and making housing separate from consumer and making that more efficient for our Californians. And we don't want to get in the way of that process, but we need to understand it beforehand.
So just to be clear, at this point, you're not on board because you're saying, I don't have enough information. Is that?
Yeah, I think we don't, I don't want to say one way or the other. I think that I want to stay neutral on this at this point because there is not enough information. That implementation timeline is what, a paragraph and a half that was on that page. And, you know, 2026, we know seems like it's far away. It comes quicker than you will ever know. And as soon as this gets through and the employees start to understand what's happening, they're going to be coming to us. And right now, I feel like I don't even have answers to tell them other than what is in this, you know, 5-page plan which really details like, where is everybody going to, you know, where the departments as a 30,000 level are going to go, but not what's going to actually happen with the staff.
So let me ask one other question. Where do you start? Do you not start at the 30-foot level, at the
Well, I think you do.
35,000-foot level? I mean,
I
where
think
do
you do.
start?
It's just that they need to be conscientious about how this really looks. I mean, we had employees move from CDE to another department because of a law. And that took, we were, yeah. 4 years.
I lived through it. It's
Yeah,
4 years.
4 years, right? And we did a lot of meetings, kind of joint with the department for those CD employees. It took a long time for them to really understand. And a lot of people, like I got hired to work for CDE. I did not get hired to work for this other department. Our folks are they care about California and they care about where they work and where they do that work. And when it's something that a plan just kind of like this, or which doesn't have a really lot of detail about how it's going to happen, it causes a lot of concern, chaos, uncertainty. You know, they make rash decisions that they shouldn't make, and they want us to handle it, you know, or we want to help. So that's why I said also making sure, and I heard some of the earlier testimony about making sure having the right stakeholders in the room. I think that is very important, and that one of those stakeholders is SEIU Local 1000. And I think that, and our employees that work there, they, you know, and someone actually just, I think the person that was on the Zoom, just, you know, making sure that those people know how the work is done and how it can get fixed in the right way. Just splitting the departments is not the only solution.
And you guys haven't been at the table yet, is what I'm hearing.
No. This
Okay.
is right. I got a copy of this last week.
Okay.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Aaron and then Hernandez, but first, I think what you have, you already hinted at this in your testimony when you referred to the collaboration with respect to the Board of Equalization. So what was that model that you pointed, was that
That's
right?
one of my questions.
You said that's the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
That's an
so-
example. So what happened there?
So that was before my time as chief negotiator. I don't have a detailed idea of but we were noticed, I believe earlier than what is required by our contract to notice us on. And that is something that would be helpful, right? Giving us more time to understand the plan than what our contract is required for the departments to give, which is 30-day notice before something happens, meaning 30 days before someone is going to move from this department to the next. That's not enough time to evaluate what's going on and be able to have the right discussions and figuring out the right solutions for whatever is coming up. Someone mentioned tech, that kind of stuff. That is a very important thing. You know, going from BOE, which was a very large organization that did many different things, kind of like what this is going to, you know, CDTFA just collecting the taxes and the Board of Equalization, like doing the appeals and I understand keeping that separate and distinct. I get that. And like I said, we get that. We understand what the goal is here, but it's how it's going to be done is still a little bit uncertain to us and causes a little bit of strife. So if we had a clear understanding and the department coming to us beforehand or noticing us earlier than normal and be able to walk through that process and also keeping our employees involved in the process. There was a lot of, we call it a meet and confer. There were a lot of discussions because that is the legal, you know, term when per a contract, when they notice us, we have a meet and confer because we can pass ideas amongst the table. We can pass like, no, this is not working. We want to do this or that kind of thing. Again, also with BOE and CDTFA, you also had the complexity of the fact that we have out-of-state workers. There's state workers for CDTFA or BOA that worked in Illinois, New York, and Texas. And so trying to figure out how all of that works. So they talk that I can't, if for actual examples and how that model looked like, I'll have to get back to you on that.
Commissioner Erner, did
Yeah.
you want to
Susan,
expand
that
on
would
that?
be really helpful to,
Yeah.
because like when you mentioned it, but right away I went to that and thought, how did that one work? Right, and you also mentioned the Cal HR was at the table as well.
Yeah, well, Cal HR is
It
the one that
doesn't need to come up
would,
like-
on a thing like that, would be with the department as they notice that.
Right.
They're like their advisor per
Right,
se
no.
in that situation.
That I get, but I really want to understand, so, because we've had a lot of discussion today, and I'm sure tomorrow as well, around culture changes and stuff like that, right? And so what I'm trying to figure out is that it would help with the culture, because it is a culture change that's going to happen here, right? And lots of people are talking about where's the cost going to be? It's going to be in training and consultants and all of that, even though it's not a lot of money. It's a couple, at least in 2019, if somebody said it was 2.5 million, that's nothing, right? And so, but I'm interested in that, how do we get there if you're not at the table at the beginning, right? And it sounds like you have not been at the table in the beginning.
No, we have not. I mean, we have not been at the table yet for this reorganization, I guess
so
is what we're calling
and
it.
so it hasn't come up and meet and confer either.
No,
Okay, because it would seem to me to be helpful, right? If we're going to make a success out of this, the employees have to feel like that they're part of the deal and that they're part of the planning.
most,
Yeah.
yeah. And then I don't, we don't know from a department level if they've included any of the staff in like, say, meetings. I don't even know, I don't know where we'd have to check to kind of check in with the staff. And that's something that I need to do next.
Okay, that would be helpful.
To find out where they, but, we always encourage, even with the state, and we've always, in my tenure for the last 7 years, and now as chief negotiator, always encourage the state to come to us with, we have great ideas. We can help. We're not here to push against you.
Right.
We want to make things more efficient. We want to be able to do our jobs more efficiently, effectively. And, someone was talking about how the employees are, they're very empathetic and they want to help the folks through this process. That's what they want to do. That's what they get paid to do, right? And they have good ideas and all that happens. Sometimes we get left out of that to help in that decision-making. So we have what's called, we don't mind having discussions with the department. I mean, there's some departments that come to me and say, can we just talk a thought through with you? Sure. I'm not opposed to having a conversation with you. I've done it with my department as well. And we kind of go through and they're like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we didn't think of that part, right? We didn't think of that part. And that's what we're trying to avoid before the 30-day, before you move from CA to C is, oh, they didn't think about that. Now all of a sudden they have to rush and that timeline's going to get delayed. And, no one wants to delay that when, especially, when it comes to homelessness and building houses and things like that and making sure people have what they need to be able to survive in California. So, it's about being ahead of the game.
I have Commissioner Hernandez and then Commissioner Miller.
I think Commissioner Sidley surpassed the number of questions we can ask the witness, so just two quick questions. One, I mean, do you have the numbers in terms of how many SAU members benefit from some of these housing programs, whether it's Cal Home, ADU, or anything like that?
That's a really good question. You know what? I do not have that information.
And then I guess the same.
I was just actually thinking about that.
The
Like,
same
whatever.
question, just metrics. What would kind of some metrics that would make this reorg a success for SEIU?
I've heard that word being thrown around earlier. I don't know what metrics we would need other than being at the table sooner than later.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I do just want to point out a couple things about the difference between CDTFA and BOE and this one. That was a legislative reorg. So I do think at this point in that reorg, and I agree with you, this is an important piece of the process, but SEIU wasn't at the table in crafting the legislation. Not that that's okay, but I do think we have to put in perspective where we are in this timeline. And so I do think, I think there's huge regard for the work you do and the team members and how that's handled is really important. I really would encourage you to bring Nick Maduros if this were to move forward to help. He was fantastic at that. I don't know if you were involved in some of the things he did. He's GovOps secretary now. I got to work there after the reorg, and there is a way in which those reorgs can be like actually a cultural advantage and increase the morale. So I only say that because I don't want there to be any assumption that you wouldn't be at the table. I don't know that. I think it's worthwhile asking the administration that, but I do think there's a significant difference between a reorg by legislation and a reorg through the governor's office. And it's worthwhile pointing out that distinction, just so we don't start it, if this were to pass, that it's not started in a negative way, and it actually is started with enthusiasm and positivity, so that the people can get to work on behalf of California.
No, and my
So I
intent-
just don't want there to be any misunderstanding about where this is in the process.
No, and I don't, my intention is not for this to be negative. This is just making sure that, like you had pointed out, that it was legislation and state fund, or not state fund, that's where I work. SCIE Local 1000 was not in that process,
Right.
right? It's about making sure that we represent 100,000 state workers in all of these agencies, one of the largest unions that represent state workers. And it's about bringing us to the table sooner. That's a perfect, and that was a different time. I mean, that was that's almost 10 years ago, right?
Mhm.
So,
Well, I mean, it was 2000,
yeah,
2018.
we're 2025, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I always worry that, like, the assumption you wouldn't be at the table if there is a reorg, there's just nothing to indicate that. So I just want to push back a little bit that there's something to be at the table for until this is.
So no,
decided on.
they are required to notice us 30 days before any, they want to change something. 30 days, right now, if this, based on your report and that kind of stuff, it's going to go through and, 30, that would mean, like, if that department dissolves, that means June 1st of 2026 is when they're going to notice us. We have this and all that time beforehand. So that's what the MOU requires. I hope the departments are hearing this and understanding that that's just a guideline. That's just the requirement, but you can notice us earlier and we can
Right.
be involved in that process.
Yep. And I think that's a reasonable expectation, but I just think it's always important to sort of understand the framework within which we're operating, and
right.
And in all your outreach to CalHR, like, I do think there's ways, because we're all, this is sort of a team effort, just to make sure that in addition to public comment here, which is incredibly important, that we're just checking all the boxes in the entire system, because that's really the way to get the people that you're here representing, to get them to a place where they're happy to be where they're working.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, comments from commissioners? Seeing none, thank you very much. It looks to me like you certainly got your seat at the table today.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, then we will move to public comment. And I'll ask the staff, for the benefit of those who are online, to put up the instructions for public comment onto the screen. If you are in the room, you can fill out a form, and a number of people already have. The forms are at the back, from your perspective, right corner, from my perspective, left corner of the room. You can fill out those forms and ask to make public comment. We'll start with people who are in the room. If you have joined online via Zoom, please use the raised hand function to indicate you wish to make public comment. If you've joined online by phoning into the meeting, you need to email us immediately at littlehoover@lhc.ca.gov. Give us your phone number so that we know who to unmute when you're called upon to make public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and the total public comment period for today's hearing is limited to 1 hour. We're going to use the microphone that's in the aisle right there for public comment to save time, so that you don't have to come up to the table. So there's a microphone on a stand right there. In fact, Shara's going to it now, waving her arm. So if you're in the room, please use that for public comment. And we'll start with people who are in the room. And the first slip that I received was from Jenna Abbott, Executive Director of the California Council for Affordable Housing. Ms. Abbott, if you can come up to the microphone. And next up, I will just tell you so that I see people lining up. Next up will be, I believe it's JT Herechemack. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Ms. Abbott, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jenna Abbott, and I'm the Executive Director for the California Council for Affordable Housing. CCAH is a member-supported trade association representing developers committed to building affordable housing at scale across California. CCAH views the administration's reorganization proposal with both optimism and some careful consideration. We are hopeful that the creation of a standalone housing agency will foster greater focus, coordination, and ultimately increased efficiency in addressing California's housing crisis. This proposal directly addresses longstanding concerns about the fragmented nature of California's housing programs. By simplifying these processes, the reorganization could reduce administrative burdens, accelerate project timelines, and ultimately lead to faster deployment of resources for affordable housing. We look forward to collaborating with the new agency leadership to identify and implement innovative solutions that accelerate the production of this much-needed affordable housing for Californians. Having said that, and while we are optimistic about potential efficiencies, CCAH is also mindful of the potential for increased bureaucracy inherent in the creation of a new governmental agency. Government reorganizations, despite their intentions to enhance efficiency, can sometimes result in the creation of new administrative layers, disruptions to established workflows. The experience of the 2012 reorganization that led to the creation of BCSH itself is a reminder of these transitional challenges. It's imperative that the reorganization plan includes robust strategies to mitigate these risks and to ensure a seamless transition that does not impede the progress of ongoing or planned affordable housing projects. Of particular concern to us is the potential relocation of the Tax Credit Allocation Committee, TCAC, under the purview of the new housing agency. While the governor's proposal does not explicitly detail the future placement of TCAC into that agency, the establishment of an overarching housing agency naturally raises questions within the affordable housing community regarding TCAC, which currently operates efficiently and effectively. The efficient financing of affordable housing in California is heavily reliant on the stability and predictability of the low-income housing tax credits, LIHTC, currently administered by TCAC, and any uncertainty surrounding their role or disruption of its established operations could have a profound negative repercussions for the production of affordable housing across the state. Therefore, we believe it is crucial to carefully consider the implications of integrating TCAC and SEDLAC into the new housing agency and to explore alternative structures that safeguard what is a model for how financing for affordable housing works. In short, TCAC and SEDLAC is a good model to study. These committees work well. We remain committed to working constructively with the Commission, the administration, and the legislature to ensure that any reorganization ultimately leads to a more effective and efficient system for producing affordable housing in California. Our priority is to see the policies and structures implemented that accelerate the creation of safe, stable, and affordable housing for all Californians, and we stand ready to lend our expertise to help achieve this vital goal. Thank you for the opportunity for public comment today.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to JT Harachamak, and after that will be, and again, I apologize for mispronouncing your name, Geeta Rao will be next. Go ahead, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is JT Harichmak. I represent the Nonprofit Housing Association of Northern California. We represent nonprofit and mission-driven affordable housing developers in the 9 counties that make up the San Francisco Bay Area region. I want to thank you for your diligent questions and your insight today in this process. And I want to recognize that you've correctly outlined that our ideal situation for housing finance is a solution that's going to take a long time for it to fully realize. I want to encourage you to put in perspective that this is a really important, crucial first step for us to be taking to be where we would like to be in our housing finance situation. A lifetime ago, I was a low-income housing tax credit developer in Texas. There are a lot of things that I liked about the system there. Texas's system is not a good system for California. They did have a unified agency, and when I won an application, it was time to start construction. Now I represent members where I see them winning an award, which begins now a multiple year-long process for finding the additional funding that they need to break ground. My members are nonprofits. They really focus on deep affordability. The deeper the affordability, the more services they provide, the more complicated these applications become, the more sources that they need. To be able to unify these into a single agency would be incredibly beneficial for our members specifically. We talked today about the cost. If we save costs, can we make more units? Yes, we can make more units, but I also want to say that those costs realized by my members mean that they are doing deeper affordability, that they are doing more difficult projects, that they're also retaining staff. The burnout is real to come through and do the Sisyphean task that you heard outlined by Ms. Karlinsky earlier on making all of those virtual binders now to apply over and over for this system here. I've also watched them frustrated with the clock that begins ticking as soon as they get their applications in and they win awards. to be able to unify these under a single agency to align those timelines means that we're not losing funding that could have been going towards affordable housing production. So I encourage you all to be diligent in your work, but to also move quickly and to support this. Our members really value the stability and the certainty of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Geeta Rao. Next will be Claudia Capio. Ms. Rao.
Hi there. This is Geeta Rao, and I'm a senior director at Enterprise Community Partners. And this is talking back at me. Do I sound okay?
You're fine
Okay,
now.
great. So we are a national nonprofit organization, and we work towards providing housing solutions, both for finance and policy. And to date, Enterprise has raised and invested about $10 billion to build and preserve affordable housing in California. And so for the past couple of months, I've been working with Doug Shoemaker, formerly the president of Mercy Housing, and I've had individual and small group conversations throughout the state with developers, with public agencies, and advocates about the CHOP proposal. And we've connected with about 100 individuals to get their feedback. So I want to just share with you what has come out of those conversations. There are two things that have been said over and over again. First is that the status quo, it's just not working. And this is a system that's really deeply flawed, and it's preventing California from reaching its housing goals. And the system needs to be changed. And second, what people are looking for, what these stakeholders are looking for, is a predictable and efficient and a transparent process. So projects are awarded. This entails assembling multiple funding sources on the back end, and credits or bonds are automatically awarded. So that's kind of like the holy grail of the process that folks are looking for. And for decades, there's been many efforts to try to create this process, and the process has actually failed. And so we know that the process, what's needed now is actually a restructure and a new orientation. And from our conversations, the most compelling piece of the proposal has been the creation of the Housing Development and Finance Committee. And the reason why is because people are looking for a single body, just a single body that's held accountable for implementing One Stop. In this committee's body, it's really about affordable housing finance. It's staffed by housing finance experts. It's oriented towards the market, and it has the approach of let's get the deal done and build housing. And as we've mentioned before, there are models like that, which are TCAP. And last, I'd just like to end with, well, first, go Bears. And second, yeah, there is a cost of doing nothing. And it's pretty easy to just let this go and not do nothing. And I just want to encourage you to take the first bold step. And the second bold step will be the legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now go to Ms. Capio, and after that, we'll go to Kathy Cresswell. Commissioners may recall Ms. Capio testified in our housing study a couple of years ago and is a former director of the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Good. My speech will be shorter. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to comment, and it's good to have before us a specific proposal to hopefully meet the challenges that we all identified a few years ago. As a brief background, I did also spend 40 years at the local level in various communities throughout the Bay Area as their planning and building director. During my tenure in Sacramento, we expended significant brain power trying to figure out consolidation, trying to figure out a better way to work. And this was particularly focused for me on CalHFA and HCD. In the end, there was no consensus, and unfortunately, there wasn't sufficient political focus to move ahead because we had other priorities and timing just wasn't going to do it. This reorganization plan is worth it to move forward. Some of the changes cannot be made unless there is a unified state agency level, cabinet level position. There needs to be someone in the room that's the final decider of various positions, perspectives. There just needs to be that oomph. Creating an agency exclusively for housing would do a lot. And although difficult and messy, I think it's worth the leap. The disparate functions now at business, consumer services, and housing just don't make it. We have to do better. Horse racing and cannabis really don't have anything to do with housing. And the present agency has been effectively described as the island of misfit toys. So we've got to go there and make sure that we pull this up. This proposal is imperative. Citizens in California are being crushed, as is the economy, by the lack of affordable housing. This is it. Yes, there's risk. Yes, the timing may not be right, but I think that regardless of the complications, the political commitment and energy is there. And I urge you to recommend this to the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Kathy Cresswell. After that will be Nevada Merriman. Ms. Cresswell, who is also a former director of the Housing Community Development Department.
Yes. Hello, my name is Kathy Cresswell, and I did spend 25 years at the Department of Housing Community Development, both as for about 12 years as the Deputy Director of Housing Policy, and then I ended my time at HCD as the director. And so I've always believed that affordable housing is so important that both to citizens, to our most vulnerable, to the economy and the environment, that it has long deserved to be an agency on its own, that it really can have the attention and focus that it deserves to improve the quality of life for Californians. And I think that this proposal that's for consolidation is a great start at getting more affordable housing built. I do want to note that the departments have long recognized amongst themselves that more coordination and streamlining needs to happen and have spent time and energy trying to do that. There was a time when I was there where we increased our meeting and coordination with TCAC and CIDLAC. HCD created the Uniform Multifamily underwriting guidelines to help create a more streamlined system. And they established the multifamily housing program as a way to consolidate all the different multifamily programs into one to be able to streamline that process. And unfortunately, those efforts have not been able to be sustained. And that's been a problem. And they haven't been able to be sustained in part because people change and you don't have a structure to support it, but also even things like the multifamily housing program. Sometimes the legislature has its own ideas about programs they want to establish. And so despite having this, this program that you're supposed to put all those in, they want a separate program with their ideas and things, which you understand, but it completely undermined the ability to do that consolidation. So establishing, if we want consolidation to get the results that we need, it's going to take sustained discipline and commitment across the board, not just within the departments, to really be successful and achieve the objectives we want. I really support the consolidation goals to create more transparency and a streamlined process, but that effort is going to take ongoing coordination and consultation with affordable housing developers and advocates, especially as the committee details are being fleshed out. Real and meaningful engagement processes have to be established and maintained. A couple of final points. Consolidation is important, but insufficient. There are processes and cultures that have developed in these departments over time. And there's been too much, in my opinion, focus on risk avoidance that results in the first response frequently being no.
Ms. Cresswell, your 3 minutes has expired. If you can wrap up very quickly, please.
Okay, and so we are going to have to make efforts to change that culture. There are people within the departments who want to do that. And I think a consolidation process will create systems that will facilitate that. I also just real quickly want to encourage you, there's been a separation between policy and the financing. I think it's important that we create systems that ensure there's still participation there.
Thanks.
I think this will be helpful for our low-income and vulnerable Californians who are depending on the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Creswell. Now we'll go to Nevada Merriman, and then after that is Vanessa Chavez. Ms. Merriman is, I believe, Vice President of Policy and Advocacy at Mid-Penn Housing.
Hi, thank you for the introduction. Thanks for the time and your sustained attention here today. Mid-Penn Housing, we work in 10 state senate districts and 17 assembly districts. We have a pipeline of 4,500 units. About a third of those are in that regrettable category that have their entitlements in hand but cannot find the financing to break ground. We also, in our portfolio, have about over 10,000 homes. The capital stack on new construction projects includes an average of 18% of funding from various state sources. This is in our experience. This excludes federal tax credits and tax-exempt bonds. Creating a predictable, well-funded housing finance delivery system is the #1 action the state could take at this moment to encourage developers to build much-needed affordable homes. On the state side, each funding source, as you've heard, is administered through a separate program. Each of those sources has a separate policy goal. So from reducing carbon to creating middle-income housing or building infrastructure. And our projects will spend 2 to 3 years navigating this labyrinth of programs to patch together funding from separate pots. Many of these programs are oversubscribed, 7 applications to 1 that is funded. And if you are unsuccessful in obtaining those funds, you may have to wait a whole year to apply again. I want to lift up one example from our experience in East Palo Alto, 136 homes that we're developing with a local partner. This project was entitled and received local funds in 2019, but it didn't begin construction until last fall. It required 4 years to secure all the subsequent state financing sources. That looked like success with the Affordable Housing Sustainable Community Program, but no luck with the HCD Info program. And we were continuing to do this juggling act for several years. Later, we had a breakthrough and were able to obtain our credits and bonds. But meanwhile, our construction costs during those times greatly escalated. I do not know of a contractor. I'm a former project manager. I don't know a contractor in the Bay Area that will hold pricing for 4 years. Nobody knows what the interest rate will be in 4 years. This is very costly to the public system, but more than that, it's costly to society because we have people who need those homes now. And there's a public expectation that we all can work together to get things done. I've heard some embedded, I'm going to freelance here for a minute. I've heard some embedded budget advocacy earlier today, and I am all for budget advocacy. The May revise is coming. But we offer this proof point today to refocus on what we're here to think about, which is why transformation is needed. And we really believe that state structural agency reform is that we need to meet that moment. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person in the room is Vanessa Chavez, Director of Legislation for the California Building Industry Association. Ms. Chavez.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. Vanessa Chavez with the California Building Industry Association. As California continues to grapple with its state housing crisis, we continue to refine and explore opportunities to efficiently connect with the vital services needed to deliver more housing. One of the challenges our industry faces is the lack of coordination of resources that allows for a better collaboration across various departments who hold key functions in the approval of housing development. CBIA is encouraged by the reorganization of BCSH, which, as proposed in the reorganization, creates a standalone agency for housing and homelessness services. We agree that a single entity that oversees housing operations will be vital in ensuring that the state meets its housing needs and production of much-needed new housing units. Where we would like to draw your attention is to considering the operational capacity that DRE holds with respect to the development process. As we continue to have conversations on how to align our housing resources in a more functional manner, we pose to the commissioners how we can ensure that the key functions within the DRE, such as the approval, oversight, and enforcement of subdivision law and common interest developments, interact with the newly proposed HHA. The Legislative Analyst Office report on the reorganization recognized that the DRE serves housing, consumer services, and occupational licensing purposes and called for interagency agreements to maintain institutional relationships. We look forward to further discussions on how we can continue to explore more efficient practices between the department that serve the housing needs for Californians. Thank you in advance for your consideration of our comments.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, Shara, if you can please identify people online who wish to make public comment.
Our first speaker will be Luan Huyen. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Luann Nguyen. I'm Deputy Director for the Coalition of California Welfare Rights Organization. We're a state bar-funded organization that assists legal aid organizations working with recipients on public benefits like CalWorks, Medi-Cal, General Assistance, CalFresh. So if you look at data on the department's website, what it shows is that low-income Californians, 70% of them face housing instability. So as I've been doing public benefits work now for 20 years, first as a legal aid attorney at the East Bay Community Law Center, where I was representing clients whose housing credit was ending, people before the rent board, people on public benefits who were facing homelessness and evictions. And so I've seen lots of hands-on experience about the impact of homelessness on people. And there is a way, like specifically, I'm going to say, I feel a little about this proposal on the table. It's very clear that it's very heavily focused on housing development and supply, but it's not so heavily focused on the homelessness piece of it. And when you look at, say, there's lots of portions of our society in our homelessness problem that this program doesn't touch. And I would encourage us to think about how we think about our housing problems, because it's very diverse, right? It reaches across all spheres, which is why we have the Interagency Council. And yet, the hopes that we have for the Interagency Council has not panned out. So there is a way that when we think about this, is this a shell game? Is this just a snail changing its shell, or a soft shell crab changing its shell? And if so, is that enough? Or is what we need something much more radical? And I would say that what we need is something much more radical, because the people that we are seeing is facing extreme challenges, and the data all pan out. And if we don't dramatically do things differently, we will continue to be in trouble in the way that we have been. We need a state of emergency on housing and homelessness. We need a state of emergency from the governor so that we can be completely flexible enough, because this proposal does not go far enough. Our approach to housing and homelessness has to completely radically change. And we need to build in all the efficiencies in the way that we can. And this is just a tiny piece of the bigger problem that we are dealing with, though the supply problem really truly is the biggest problem. And our clients are feeling that, and they're seeing it, because everyone knows that affordability is the biggest problem that we have in this state. And
Ma'am,
housing,
your 3 minutes have expired. If you can wrap up very quickly, please.
we need to be more radical, and this is one tiny piece of that. And yes.
Thank you very much. Shara, if we can move on to the next public commenter.
The next speaker will be Kim Lewis. One moment. All right, Kim Lewis, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, good afternoon. Kim Lewis, representing the California Coalition for Youth. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments, and we did submit some written, a letter as well. And I did want to elevate the needs of our young people who are experiencing homelessness, particularly as we think about the creation of this new agency that can really focus on the needs of our youth. 50% of chronically homeless adults had their first episode of homelessness when they were young people. And we have an overrepresentation of youth of color and those experiencing who identify as LGBTQ plus individuals on the streets. And California, frankly, ranks second highest with having the highest number of youth who are unsheltered. We did sponsor SB 918 with Senator Wiener in 2018. That was signed into law to really task the Interagency Council on Homelessness to be a coordinating role, really to set goals, achieve outcome measures, and evaluate the effectiveness of programs with a real focus on our young people experiencing homelessness. And we believe the council's been unable to really achieve their full potential given the current structure. And my understanding of the reorg plan will mean that the council will become its kind of own department to be able to uplift and be able to focus more on the needs of our youth so that we can really work as far upstream as possible to really address the challenges of the growing homelessness population, because we have very long in the state ignored our young people and they grow up. There are other states that have done dedicated offices to focusing on youth and young adults. I would elevate Washington as one of them, who even said to me that they had modeled their office on legislation we had tried to sponsor and move through about in 2012, and that we weren't successful in getting, because at that time the administration was not as focused on understanding the needs of our youth. So we really hope that with this new organizational plan, our young people can have a more focused attention to and having supports and services that support them in this. And we believe that this is a long overdue move, and hopefully it'll achieve the vision that the Secretary Moss has laid out to really ensure that we can tackle our housing and homelessness crisis. And thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Courtney Powell. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Powell, and I'm the Policy Manager at Resources for Community Development, or RCD, as we're known in the field. I'm here to express our support for the Governor's Reorganization Plan to create the new Housing and Homelessness Agency. RCD is a nonprofit organization dedicated to creating and preserving affordable homes for people with the fewest options. We provide over 3,000 affordable rental homes throughout the Bay Area. And over our past 40 years, we've partnered with the California Department of Housing and Community Development on 32 affordable housing developments that provide safe and stable homes for our residents. We see this reorganization as an opportunity to address inefficiencies within the current housing finance system that delay the delivery of affordable housing and increase project costs in the state. I wanted to share a short narrative about a recent project of ours in Walnut Creek that exemplifies the challenges with the current system. This project includes deeply affordable family housing in a high resource area, along with integrated supportive apartments for people experiencing homelessness. These are all aligned with state housing priorities. But after successfully obtaining a small bit of funds from HCD's No Place Like Home program in 2020, we subsequently submitted 6 different applications for HCD funding over the subsequent 4 years that were unsuccessful. And while we're excited right now to be at the point of moving this development forward and beginning construction after successfully receiving an award, we see this as an example of the time, the money, and the fragmented financing system that we're experiencing right now. And it just simply doesn't have to be this way. We see great potential for the new Housing and Homelessness Agency to accelerate distribution of state housing resources and increase alignment between the state's housing programs. We also appreciate the transparency and the adoption of program guidelines, regulations, and funding awards that would be offered through the Housing Development and Finance Committee. More broadly, aligned with other speakers today, we hope this reorganization will be the first step towards creating a single governance structure for state housing financing, including low-income housing tax credits and tax-exempt bonds. Thanks so much for taking the time to hear our testimony today.
Our next speaker will be R. Dare, spelled R-D-A-R-E. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Rainey Dare, and I'm a director of real estate at Mercy Housing California. I'm here today to express my support for the creation of the California Housing and Homelessness Agency. Mercy Housing is a not-for-profit organization that develops, owns, and manages program-enriched affordable housing for families, seniors, and people with special needs. Throughout California, we've developed over 26,000 affordable apartment homes for over 45,000 low-income and extremely low-income residents in urban, suburban, and rural locations. I've been doing this work for over 30 years, and when I started in my career, the challenge was securing the land use entitlements, and that would take years because of the zoning regulations, the CEQA, all the processes that we had to go through. And at that time, securing tax credits and soft sources or public sources was fairly straightforward. After years of executive and legislative leadership to streamline the entitlements process, that has been successful, but we now have the problem of having to wait and work for years to secure all the funding that we need to be able to build our affordable housing. We have a family development in construction now in El Dorado County that was first awarded state funding in 2020. We proceeded to submit 11 subsequent funding applications over the next 4 years. In all, we were able to secure funding from 3 different HCD funding programs, as well as the low-income housing tax credits. In San Mateo County, we're constructing 180 family apartments that required 19 funding applications. We ultimately ended with 9 separate county, state, and federal funding sources to build and operate this housing. As a 30-year veteran of affordable housing development, I see that we need more than incremental process changes. We need a consolidated agency, as we should strive toward a holistic state strategy for creating more housing and ending homelessness. We should strive to streamline funding programs and processes and eliminate silos and inefficiencies. We should strive to significantly reduce the time and cost it takes to deliver affordable housing to our communities. And we should strive to serve our residents and our constituents in the way they deserve. Under the current status quo, when we market the units to prospective low-income households, we need to thread the needle to make sure that those residents meet the requirements of several different funding sources within the same property. What if we did not have to ask people to meet multiple program requirements in order to access a stable, affordable home? Creating a consolidated, focused housing and homelessness agency tells our residents and constituents how important their stability and quality of life is for us as a state. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be CCRH. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm Veronica Beatty, the Policy Director for the California Coalition for Rural Housing, CCRH, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment today. As one of the oldest state low-income housing coalitions in the country, we fully support the creation of the California Housing and Homelessness Agency. We promote and preserve affordable housing in rural, agricultural, and tribal communities across the state, and the communities we serve are often sidelined in conversations about the need for affordable housing, despite the rising numbers of rural Californians experiencing housing instability and homelessness. We believe this reorganization can create an agency with more streamlined, integrated, and coordinated processes and systems, one that's ultimately better equipped to support all of California's communities. We also appreciate that the proposed Housing Development and Finance Committee can provide more transparency and public input in funding decisions, regulations, and program guidelines, which will help us build trust and demonstrate our commitment to the public and the creation of affordable homes in the most efficient manner possible. We hope as this conversation continues, we can find ways to better align across programs, specifically to make the best possible use of federal housing program resources that are delivered by the state, such as disaster-related rebuilding, programs serving tribes, and resources for California's non-entitlement communities. Again, we're excited to support the proposal and appreciate the state's thought partnership on this approach to streamlining affordable housing financing, development, and ongoing monitoring.
Our next speaker will be Lawrence Florin. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Larry Florin, I'm the CEO of Burbank Housing. We're a nonprofit development company, almost 50 years old, based in the North Bay. And we were instrumental in the rebuilding after the fires of 2010. And I've been working in LA with the folks down there towards the rebuilding. First, I want to express and I'm also, the vice president of the Nonprofit Housing Association of Northern California, although I'm speaking here on behalf of Burbank Housing. I want to express our support for the consolidated proposal that the governor has put forward. I'm a former county administrator, and during my time as county administrator, I did consolidate housing and homelessness into one agency. It allowed us to put our resources to those most urgent issues that we faced as a county, and we think that the state should be doing the same. There are components of this proposal that I know that cannot be included at this time. Those include consolidating the low-income housing tax credits into the agency. We think creating truly a one-stop shop would be the way that the state should go, and we hope that further discussions will occur along that way. Also, that cannot be included at this point, but we would strongly urge the new agency to follow other states in creating ombuds positions within the new agency, to direct resources to those programs and projects that are the most urgent for the state and local municipalities are trying to meet. It's been successful in many other states, and we hope that they'll follow a similar path in doing that. Overall, though, we do support the proposal and hope that it can move forward through the legislature. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Adam Leverance. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Is my audio okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you so much. It's been very enlightening listening to this discussions today. I'm speaking to you from Newport Beach, and I'm just taking an opportunity based on the subject matter today to talk a little bit about what's going on here. What I'm talking about is out of the box and unconventional and small numbers, given that I've heard it stated that there's a need for 100 or a million units of affordable housing. But in Newport Beach, people have moorings, which are boats out in the harbor. They get a permit to pay rent into the Tidelands Fund for the state to put the boats there. The city allows 7% of those to have a liveaboard permit. And these are not like anchor outs or houseboats that you've probably seen on news stories of other places. These are heavily regulated, annually inspected. The city checks them out multiple times every day. And 7% of the permits are allowed liveaboards, which is about 50 people. The city is planning to eradicate that form of housing. And given the seriousness of the housing crisis, I contend that municipalities should not do things to make things worse. And considering Governor Newsom's executive order N0619 indicating that state lands could be used for housing, and this is a long-standing process, rather than eliminate it, I would suggest increasing it from 7 to 14%. There's currently 20 people on a waiting list. These people can be housed. They're on seaworthy boats. The living is a secondary use. You don't have to pour concrete. You don't have to run utilities. You don't have to incur the $850,000 of construction costs for a unit of affordable housing. It just doesn't make sense to me why this particular city keeps trying to push low-income people away. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Melvin Cohen. You now have the ability to unmute yourself. Melvin Cohen.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Melvin Cowan.
Mr. Cohen, did you wish to make any comment?
I'm the founder and principal of Enough Housing, an initiative rooted in the belief that housing. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you now, sir. Go ahead and begin.
Okay, do you mind if I start over?
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, community members. My name is Melvin Cowan, and I'm the founder and principal of Enough Housing, and an initiative rooted in the belief that housing justice must be built on equity, health, and belonging. I'm a BIPOC developer based in Solano County, leading a team with over 150 years of combined experience in affordable housing, permanent supportive housing, and community-rooted development. We're advancing a legacy village at Maria's Place, a 55-unit permanent supportive housing project that integrates health services, workforce development, and a guaranteed basic income pilot to stabilize and uplift households transitioning from homelessness. You recently highlighted what so many of us have long known, that developers navigating fragmented state financing systems face months of delays and tens of thousands in added cost per unit. before a shovel even hits the ground. And this is not theoretical, it's my daily reality. And it's even more acute in smaller counties like Solano, where systems are stretched and resources are limited. And so challenges unique to counties like Solano. Unlike major metros, Solano County has minimal philanthropic interest, limited access to experienced supportive service providers, and little discretionary funding for housing development. This affects not just developers, but city staff who are often overburdened and under-resourced and forced to manage complex programs without coordinated guidance. And the governor's proposal would streamline their work, improve responsiveness, and restore public trust in housing delivery. And barriers that I face as a BIPOC developer, for one, there's administrative delays. We've missed major funding opportunity, due to, breakdowns within administration. And this is often caused by siloed processes and unclear ownership. And this disproportionately harms smaller BIPOC-led firms who can't afford uncertainty. And then the lack of pre-development capital. I've had to upfront my own funds for surveys and entitlement work without access to pre-development funding. And most BIPOC developers don't have the wealth cushion to carry projects forward while waiting for the state reimbursements or loan approvals. And then there's the structural disadvantage in competitive funding. And we are regularly evaluated against national firms, larger firms with decades of contracts and tens of millions in assets. This creates a false meritocracy, one that sidelines innovation and local leadership in favor of institutional scale. And so what's needed and what I'm willing to contribute, because I support the proposal, but we must ensure that equity is built into the system, not layered on after the fact. So I respectfully urge you to create dedicated pre-development funding for BIPOC and emerging developers, offer technical assistance, bridge financing, and mentorship structures, and establish a BIPOC developer advisory group to inform planning, implementation, and governance. And I want to be clear, I'm ready and willing to support this work and committed to helping shape a system that's more effective, more just, and more inclusive for all California communities. I want to thank you for your leadership and for ensuring the promise of equity is matched by the practice of it. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Carol Galante. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Carol Galante. I am the founder and Emeritus Faculty Director of the Terner Center for Housing Innovation. And I also have a very long career in the affordable and mixed income housing community. Most recently, before the founding the Terner Center, I was the Assistant Secretary for Housing and FHA Commissioner at HUD in the Obama administration. But for this conversation, I wanted to say that I also have spent a good 30 years of my career in the actual development and financing of affordable housing through Bridge Housing and Eden Housing in California, and also have worked in local government in housing. So I have been at this for a very long time in California. And I want to say that years ago, I've never been so excited to come to a public hearing, even though I couldn't be there with you in person, because I have been advocating for a more consolidated system for over 30 years. California is the only state in the nation that is as fragmented as we are. And for all the reasons that others have discussed, the extra cost, the extra time, we simply can't continue to keep doing things the way we have always done them and expecting a different result. As they say, our costs keep going up and people need this housing and they need it now. And I would say to those who may have any concerns about giving up the system they know versus entering a new system, I am absolutely certain that a more consolidated system will bring benefits for both the development community and the ownership community of these developments. Being able to, for example, consolidate the asset management and monitoring of properties will also save time and costs for those owners. And I will give you one example before turning the mic back over. When I was at HUD, we created a new office called the Office of Recapitalization, where we took staff from the Public Housing Division that supervised public housing and staff from the Office of Housing that financed and worked with what we call HUD assisted housing, and put a new unit together that focused on the recapitalization of old public housing projects. And we have seen that it is the highest functioning group of people and just
Madam,
brought
your
tremendous.
3 minutes has expired. If you can wrap up very quickly, please.
Thank you. And I would say it definitely shows that putting together a unit with a focus just on housing and finance will make a huge difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff, we can go to the next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Rivate Rajwade. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Hello. Hi. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to express my thoughts today. I'm Revati Rajwade, Project Manager from Mutual Housing California. Mutual Housing California is a non-profit affordable housing developer based in Sacramento with over 25 properties in Northern California. In addition to developing affordable housing, we also own, manage, and provide comprehensive resident services across our communities. Mutual Housing California supports the administration's proposal to create the California Housing and Homelessness Agency. As the need for affordable housing and homelessness funding increases throughout the state, it is clear that the current structure is not sufficient to provide high-quality, timely services to populations that we serve. We envision a new agency that balances stewardship of public resources with efficiency. But a partial approach is not sufficient. We urge a comprehensive restructuring of the housing finance system to encompass all housing-related funding, including tax credits and bonds. We understand the urgency for this reorganization, but to fully reach the potential of this new agency, we encourage the state to take best practices from funding models in other states, review the efficiency of existing streamlining programs like CalHFA's Mixed Income Program, and utilize new created working groups like the Housing Finance Work Group created by AB 519. I'd like to thank the Little Hoover Commission for this opportunity to talk today. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Shola Olatoye. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Shola Olatoye, and I serve as the Chief Operating Officer of Eden Housing. We are a statewide nonprofit affordable housing developer. I also serve as the chair of the board for the Nonprofit Housing Association of Northern California. For more than 55 years, Eden has provided quality, safe, and affordable homes to Californians throughout the state. With more than 11,000 homes in 14 counties, we do not do this work without the partnership of the federal, state, and local governments. But Californians, the voters, deserve a more efficient and productive housing finance system in California to meet the much discussed and totally solvable 1 million unit deficit. 5 years ago, my family and I moved to California from the Empire State, where I've spent my career in the public and nonprofit affordable housing sectors. where housing leaders have long since employed a one-stop shop and consolidated funding housing agency and process. It's not novel, it's a best practice. This administration's effort to create such an agency and process is worth supporting. Saving time and money translates directly into more affordable housing for our neighbors. In this cost-sensitive time, now more than ever, we should tackle this part of the cost containment discussion. We must streamline the duplicative processes and programs. Our very own legislature envisioned a one-stop shop for housing when they passed AB 434 in 2020. This proposal would be a giant step forward in making that a reality. As a nonprofit developer, my team has to navigate 4 different independent state housing agencies, each with their own, sometimes conflicting, priorities, regulations, and processes. It creates costly delays and unnecessary expense that stifles housing production. A consolidated governance structure for housing is necessary to streamline these processes. Under the new, under CHHA, the Housing Development Finance Committee would create a single application and award system. What I appreciate about this proposal is that it also seeks to replicate the good that's currently underway, as represented in TCAC. You heard about the effort, the desire to consolidate the asset management function, also really important. Lastly, just this morning, my team and I were at a project groundbreaking in San Carlos for a 33-unit LIHTC financed family project that has been 15 years in the making. Finally, those 33 families in about a year will have their dream realized for a safe, walkable, and affordable home for their families to grow and build on their opportunity. It is all of our responsibility and time to make this a reality, and this proposal has my support. Thank you so much for the time.
Our next speaker will be Tia Patterson. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Tia Boatman Patterson. I'm the president and CEO for the California Community Reinvestment Corporation, a CDFI and banking consortium that provides perm lending to primarily LIHTC or low-income housing tax credit deals. We've done $2 billion and have financed over 40,000 units of affordable housing. I also had the pleasure of running the state of California's California Housing Finance Agency for about 9 years, serving under both Brown and the Newsom administration. My previous position was an appointee to the president and the Biden-Harris administration, where I served as an associate director in the Office of Management and Budget, in which housing and finance were within my portfolio. I just want to say I really do support the ability to have a housing secretary that is coordinating and bringing all of this together. The thing I want to flag, however, is your Housing Finance Committee. Currently, you have a housing finance agency that is made up of members that include the state treasurer, the Secretary of Business Consumer Services Housing Agency, the director of HCD, the Department of Finance sits as an ex officio member, and the Office of Planning Research sits on that existing committee. So creating an additional committee to do the work of what an existing committee could probably already do, I think I would like to flag that. I do not think you can talk about a housing finance system without bringing the Housing Finance Agency to the table. Finance is very different than grant subsidy program administration. To be able to finance a project, you need to be able to access capital markets. You need to be able to leverage private capital. And that is something that I don't know that you're taking into account, is that finance is very different than administering a program that provides a subsidy. And so those are some of the cultural differences between having a housing finance agency and a Department of Housing and Community Development. And so understanding what you want the government's role to be in an affordable housing finance system and thinking through what finance actually is, I think, an important part of this whole process. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Capri Roth. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Capri Roth. I'm here today on behalf of East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation, commonly known as Advocacy, to express our support for the creation of the Consolidated California Housing and Homelessness Agency. Advocacy is a nonprofit community development organization based in Oakland for the last 50 years. And our affordable housing portfolio consists of over 2,000 units of affordable housing and over 300,000 square feet of community serving commercial space, serving more than 95 local small businesses and nonprofit tenants. Thank you to the committee members for your consideration of this proposal. Advocacy is currently under construction on over 500 units of housing, with another 1,200 units in our pipeline. Most of our pipeline is entitled and is now in the process of securing funding. As you've heard today, navigating this funding landscape is a lengthy and expensive process, and I want to lift up a recent example of how this has impacted one of our own projects. We recently started construction on 100 units of senior housing in Oakland's Chinatown neighborhood. This project includes 40 units of permanent supportive housing for seniors experiencing homelessness and is in a high-resource neighborhood. Even still, this project took more than 5 years to obtain the 11 different funding sources that we needed to start construction from the time that we received our initial planning approvals. And those sources include 3 different soft funding sources from the state, as well as tax-exempt bonds and 4% credits. Altogether, across those 5 years, we submitted 18 funding applications. And, I want to emphasize this is a success story in my pipeline. We have many other projects that have experienced the lengthy pre-development period well over 5 years, including some that are still in that process today. We estimate that the added cost of the protracted financing process for this Chinatown project was in the range of $80,000 per unit, pushing us to the very limits of financial feasibility. Those funds could have been better spent to create more units elsewhere, or could have gone towards improvements that would provide tangible value to our future residents. We believe that the proposal under consideration is necessary to meet the housing needs of our state, and we thank you for your consideration and hope that you support the advancement of this consolidation effort.
Our next speaker will be Eric Velasquez. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Eric Velasquez Izaguirre, and I'm here today on behalf of EAH Housing, a nonprofit affordable housing developer and manager serving over 25,000 residents across both California and Hawaii. We want to express our support for Governor Newsom's Government Reorganization plan, particularly the proposal to establish the California Housing and Homelessness Agency. We're deeply grateful for the state's investments in affordable housing in recent years. We're also very proud supporters of the bills currently in the legislative session, Corey Jackson's Constitutional Amendment 4, as well as the Wicks and Cabalden Housing Bond, which both of which signal a growing recognition that bold solutions really do need to take place if we want to address the affordable housing crisis. But we also know firsthand that funding alone isn't enough. The systems responsible for deploying those dollars must be modernized to meet the urgency and scale of today's housing crisis. At EAH Housing, we routinely navigate a complex web of agencies from HCD, CalHFA, to the state's treasurer's office and beyond. These agencies often operate in silos with different results, timelines, and priorities. And as a result, even the most promising projects can face delays, duplicative reviews, and inconsistent guidance. We've had projects sit idle, for months, waiting for interagency coordination that could and should happen faster. This reorganization is a meaningful step forward to addressing that. By consolidating key housing and homelessness functions under one roof, the state can bring clarity, efficiency, and stronger accountability to the process. That means faster timelines for projects, more consistent standards, and better outcomes, not just for developers like us, but for the low-income families, seniors, and veterans who need housing and which we serve. We believe this proposal lays the foundation for a more responsive and strategic housing system, one that's capable of scaling up to meet the moment. When future resources become available, a streamlined agency will be better equipped to deliver results swiftly and with equity involved. We believe that this is a critical opportunity to modernize California's housing infrastructure and unlock the full potential for our collective efforts to solve the homeless crisis, the housing and homelessness crisis. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Mr. Chairman, we have met our 1 hour limit on public comment. At your instruction, we'll take one more commenter, and then if anyone else online wishes to make public comment, you may do so at tomorrow's hearing. There will be a public comment session at the end of that hearing. So one more commenter. Shara, if you can identify that person, please.
Our next speaker will be Caroline McCormick. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, committee chair and members. My name is Caroline McCormack, and I'm Vice President of Lending and Policy at the Housing Accelerator Fund. The Housing Accelerator Fund is a community development financial institution committed to accelerating affordable housing production and preservation in the Bay Area. And since 2017, we've invested $450 million in affordable housing throughout the Bay Area. HAF strongly supports the governor's proposal to establish the California Housing and Homelessness Agency. And by way of some context, the HAF manages the Bay Area Housing Innovation Fund, which is a $50 million fund specifically designed to accelerate affordable housing development across the region. And one of the key value adds that we're providing with the fund is leveraging private and philanthropic capital to bridge to public resources, which essentially helps reduce the financing uncertainty that our nonprofit community-based developers face in assembling these complicated financing stacks. And our first project in San Francisco with Mercy Housing, 1633 Valencia, is being built 2 times faster and at 40% lower cost than similar developments in San Francisco. And I won't go into all of the reasons why, but one of the top line reasons is that HAF is acting as a one-stop financing shop for these developers. So I don't think you can underestimate the power of a streamlined, clear, certain award process and what that can do to accelerate affordable housing. And that's why the HAF is so excited about the opportunity and potential of CHHC to move us in this direction. By streamlining bureaucracy, maximizing public investment, and enhancing transparency, we think it represents a critical step forward, and we think that it is possible. And so HAF is really proud to support this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our public comment session. Commissioners, you may leave your materials here overnight if you wish. The room will be locked and left set up. We'll reconvene at 9:30. Mr. Chairman, as you know, I will miss some of the morning session. Commissioners, FYI, our budget is being heard in the budget subcommittee tomorrow, so I will be testifying. I'll return as soon as I can, but in the meantime, tomorrow we'll be leading the staff effort here. And with that, Mr. Chairman, if you wish, we can adjourn.
Yep. I'm sorry, not quite, please.
For people who could not participate today, I would encourage you to come tomorrow, but if not, the commission is always open for written submissions, and speaking for myself, I'll read them. And also to thank everybody who participated today, who's engaged in public service, and that includes all the nonprofits. There's a book out, which I recommend, Michael Lewis, called Who is Government? And government is us. And so everybody who shows up every day to do the job of consumer protection, serving the homeless and constructing and financing housing, our hats are off to you, and we appreciate the participation.
And in that spirit, we'll adjourn. See you tomorrow in the morning.